Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings of the TRRC for today. Imam, you have the floor if you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanirrahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. فلله الحمد رب السماوات ورب الأرض رب العالمين وله الكبرياء في السماوات والأرض وهو عزيز الحكيم. بحرمة اللهم فصل وسلم وبارك على هذا النبي الكريم سيد سند العظيم ذو القلب الرحيم سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Ameen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, you who create all humankind in your image and in your likeness. We continue to submit ourselves under your throne of grace. Continue to ask that you remold us, you break us, you melt us, you fashion us, and you grant us to obey your law, your precepts, and your commands on a 24/7 basis. As we continue to the TRRC sitting this morning, we do ask that the witness that will be before us this day, that you will guide and direct him so that he will be bold enough to speak the truth and grant the commission, the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood, and the population at large, and the diaspora, and also the international community, grants them the willpower to exercise maximum patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Odeko. Council, if we are ready with this morning's witness, let's proceed, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. We are ready to proceed with the witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I, Yankuba Sonko,
I, Yankuba J. and Sonko,
do swear that
I
I'll speak the truth,
will speak the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Good morning, Mr. Sonko.
Good morning, Council.
Welcome to the TRRC.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sonko, we do interpose interpretation in one of the local languages. Which would you prefer your testimony to be interpreted into?
Probably in Mandinka.
I believe the Mandinka booth is already set up for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Sonko, you are a lawyer. You are trained in the law, so you understand the rules. You have just taken an oath to speak the truth. You know as much as I do that it is an offense under the laws of this country to provide false or misleading information to the commission or to lie on the oath.
I do.
Zero isama council kamen for them indigo itamu moldi me alongo ye karandi lawyer yalla imu loyalty yalla no kol membe sartol tamande bulo membe je ni me alongo ni bina sedan rodila inana kuma soto balofo ko le akol membe o nyati ngola yo lonne so mbe jigiri nyinna lo ko ila sedan ro nyi wicho nyin kono be kuma kumul mem fo be fora jabe kala kuma soto ngolti sedan ro nyi wicho nyin kono.
You are called today not as an adversely mentioned person.
Dalilo me asabu ye kuma de jambi amanke nyinti ko itole fota jan siyo nyi wicho nyin kono ko e kuleke.
There is no allegation here that you have committed a human rights violation.
Umiriman fojang ikang kafuko ye kuleke me yalon ko hadamadi nyanda tinyale me yalon ko yewleke.
There is no suggestion that you have committed a crime.
Andu moma han mira dafa nan sota ko nyin kono kafuko ye hadamadi nyanda tinyaleke.
This hearing should be understood in that context. But you are called here as a witness to certain events. And your evidence is important for the commission to be able to draw conclusions about those events.
Itala sedan dilo ro jambi abe kumaya bala commission ngene nyin kamala ko pour commission ngene ni be la ko nyin kuntula safaro to abe de mala je la bakele.
So your truthfulness, your candor in the evidence that you provide would help the commission.
Be sedan dilo men di la jambi abe commission de mala bakele.
Being painted in bad light or unpleasant things being attributed to a person does not necessarily equate to allegations or accusation of wrongful conduct. I hope that is understood as well. But that does not also mean that mistakes were not made, that there were no omissions in discharging responsibilities. And we would also look into all those things. And the commission would make findings for whatever it's worth. On those particular issues. On that note, are you able to start?
I'm ready.
Thank you very much. We can make this a short hearing. I know you are a minister of state. We do not want you to spend all your day before the commission, as you have other important matters of state to take care of. So we'd be happy if you would answer the questions directly and then we conclude this quickly so that you can go back to your important functions.
The sewa la baka ni ngata nyini karo membe de nyate ngola ye jabi anyama me alon ko abe ko siyo nyinga ba sutiyande le saje sita ifan na do ko la membe kam ini banko tem.
But be rest assured, Honorable Minister,
but hani ka bimbe la minister honorable minister be la man yan la nyinna ko
that if we need to spend the time here, we would.
Ninga dara sulo be je purunga wato mendi menja abe kelal.
So you can make it easy by answering questions directly. I am certain that with your training, it would make things a whole lot easier. Thank you very much. Kindly give us your full names.
My name is Yankuba J.N. Sonko.
Yankuba
Sonko.
Yankuba J.M. Sonko.
J.N. Sonko. J.N. Sonko.
Ayo, Yankuba J.N. Sonko.
What does the J and N stand for?
My mother's name is Johnny and my father's name is Noah.
Mbama tomo Johnny, mfama tomo Nuhality.
Thank you very much. What's your date and place of birth?
I was born on the 2nd of May, 1964.
1964.
Where the village of Bunyalu, Lower Nyomi, North Bank region.
Tell us about your schooling. Or just give us a brief summary of your biography. I know, Mr. Sonko, there is a lot to say. A lot of education and a lot of positions. So let's just summarize it and make it short.
I attended Berendin Primary School.
I followed Berendin Primary
1969
Salokono
to 1976.
1976.
I proceeded to Gambia High School.
Gambia High School
from 1976 to 1982 when I sat to the GCE O-level examination.
1976 kata 1982 londi kontibo ke eka for me GCE O-level londi kontibo.
Proceed.
Upon completing my school, I attended in-service teachers training course in the education department. Whilst awaiting my posting as a teacher, there was a police recruitment. That was in September 1982. I joined the recruitment selection. Unfortunately for me, I passed the recruit examination. I started my recruiting in November. The same year. And completed my 5-month training in March 1983.
1983
and now let's try to summarize these things, huh?
The courses that I undergo includes police instructor's course, 1984, cadet officer's course, in 1988, and I proceeded to Nigeria in 1990. Complete my cadet officer's training in Nigeria. I stayed in Nigeria for 2 years to complete the course.
Mutarta Nigeria sanji fula purna karamu nyume ubang.
I returned late 1991.
Saitana 1991 sango bandula mafangola.
1997,
1997 sango kono.
I went to Ghana
Mtata Ghana.
for a management course.
Kata maranudu kuo karamu londo karanje.
1998,
1998
I went to Togo
Mtata Togo.
in a course on conflict resolution.
Rukata londi karamu kije men kata fitina bango kenyati.
2002,
2002 sango kono.
2003,
2003
I went to United Kingdom
Mtata United Kingdom England banko kang.
to undergo a course in law degree.
Kata lua londo karanje.
This was a self-sponsored course.
Wo mfangale mfang dépense mfangale mfang samba woto.
I stayed in UK from 2003,
Mtata UK kabo 2003
came back in July 2007.
Satan in July karo kono 2007.
2009,
2009
I attended another course in America
Mtata londi karando fananke America.
on counterfeit.
Men keta nyin kodi yele mandi kunyalti tapale kodo Kenya.
It was a short course and I came back after 2 weeks.
Karan sutuno woti Satan na uloku fula kola.
Then in 2014,
2014 sango kono.
October,
October karo kono.
I enrolled for my bivocation, BL.
Mudunta purkata karango ke lua la karola ka funo ya BL.
I completed the BL in 2015.
No karango bang 2015 sango kono.
The council, these are my educational background.
Council wala mun karango nanga moluti na londi silolu menu karango.
Were you called to the bar? Were you enrolled?
I was called to the bar in 2015 and enrolled in 2016.
Yen kumandi luya bunda do ko la karola ba 2015 between safeta je 2016 sangola kono kadu ko da.
And tell us the positions you held.
Makamul me mara ifanya bang.
Post LLB.
LLB kubarala.
Yes, so we can forget about the corporal positions and the cadet positions and the inspectors. So let's go to talk about it post bar.
Meta masawu silang.
Post LLB rather.
Yes, when I returned from UK in 2007,
In Batana UK 2007 sangokono.
I was first posted after 2 weeks break.
Ina lokum fula dahake.
I was posted to PIU as the PIU commander.
Yen samba PIU intelekete la nyaton koti je kama bendele buluje.
I stayed in that position
That's how pala soto.
for a few months,
Perdanta.
and I was moved to prosecution unit of the Gambia Police Force.
Sai na tambundi je yen samba Gambia police la kitindir bundala.
When?
In 2008.
No 2008 sangola kono.
Do you remember the date?
Lungo nyingi hakulo bakanda bang.
It should be early 2008,
Nyanta kala 2008 June wa toileti.
because I spent about 5 months or so with the PIU.
Aduna karlu wala mensi tarawu ma fawla dal wala ke PIU.
I don't know when was the neck of Basse, but it was immediately after the neck of Basse.
Hakilo botala la neck of wala bankola funding kelu bela lokun kilim damati ya menke Basse bari bilo botala doro no sawndiro keta.
NACOF, would that stand for National Youth Conference?
Yeah, National Youth Conference. Basse.
Wala banko funding kela
Ila lokun kilim bemba.
limbemba ya kamenke.
Then from prosecution
Mirimba kitindir bundala
in 2009,
2009 sankono.
I was appointed as the CMC, Crime Management Coordinator.
Natal tombo ye palaso di la police la bunda la kafame CMC wala bunda men marta kunjawolu be yirko nen anoma satola.
Then the same year,
Atew sankling kono
the then Deputy Inspector General of Police was arrested.
kono lem men simbe police la kunton ko kan yo muta.
Mr. Sonko, when did you become CMC?
Wara jumalena nage CMC nyaron kodi.
It should be in late 2008.
Bekela 2008 sango bandulaleti.
So not 2009.
Manke 2009 sangoti.
You said 2009.
You call it 2009, you all follow.
Excuse me, let me just rectify that error.
Aketu no filo tilindi.
I know I was the OC prosecution in 2008.
Ngalon kontelom nyaton koti kitindiro bunda la police 2008 sankono.
And definitely I was made CMC in 2009.
Tonya 2009 sankono no mketa CMC.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, certainly so.
Lata ulale.
Because that was,
Proceed.
yes, it follows the arrest and detention of Burama Diba and Ibrahim Jammeh. I was the CMC at that time, I was the OC prosecution.
Kato kala tumo Burama Diba anin do to nindu.
Burama Diba ninjuma.
Jammeh.
Anin Jammeh brio muta.
Jammeh Konta.
No, Jammeh, I think it's Ibrahim, his nickname is Kunchi.
Kunchi.
Ato ka komandi to fana manna wala Kunchi brio muta. Utumo lo yente bondi police la kitindir bunda la yenati CMC.
Not automatically from that, from prosecution to CMC.
Para manka ko akatallum kunto quality kabo.
It was Elsa Baji who succeeded Burama Diba.
Elsa Baji wala saita Burama Diba loto. Manka ko birakatalo yente chikanan prosecution kanati CMC. Elsa Baji le saita Burama loto.
It was when, after Jesus' deployment as the IG, that I took over as the CMC.
Buri Jesus Samba kake police kunton koti IG utumo lontenata nata CMC.
Then I was the most senior officer on the crime management unit.
Kato utumo kuja ulu doko marabunda nteleketa moti men la palaso be chikari yodolu beti.
I spent almost 2/3 of that year
Wosamo niatala sidula saboti sidula flo be sangoyin kono ngaw be keje.
Very precise, around November 2009.
Katilini do wala November karo 2009.
When I went on that course that I did in America,
Birintata wonondi karawala America to moment.
the IG called me
IG yang kumandi
that I should submit my CV.
ko na karawala nondi karawala menke asedia kaitulu konsionu di.
He said he's submitting all the CVs of the commissioners.
O commissioner be ila karawala nondi sedia kaitulu adolu bele dundi kawotuno.
The office of the president.
Pour ka futani banko president la office auto.
Who was the IGP at the time?
Madam Police wala kumton koti o wado.
Esa Baji.
And on my transit in Dakar, on my return,
Birimbe se kanang watu membe Dakar pour ka baturoke katenten kafuta nang Gambia.
and that's the time that I am able to call out.
Utumo lem no kumandiroke.
Then just to greet him, and he said, congratulations.
Bruna kontong, ba bruna kontong afana ye kontong biro murundi kan akonye ilinse.
You are the one appointed as my DIG.
Yentele tombong ke bulandi ntenoma memu DIG to wala police kontong ko nolanko.
I served as DIG from that November
Ntata DIG ala kabo November karoto
2009 into March after 4 or 5 months.
Atan for March karo kono birin karin nani karin no tambita.
Jesus was dismissed.
Jesus from
Then I was appointed as acting IG.
tumole yente tombo ye IG ya palaso karafam mai ka fole acting IG.
After 2 weeks,
Birillo kum fulatambita.
my appointment is confirmed.
Yen na tombo ndiro pour kake IGT ya sabati ndi utumole.
And you served as IG until when?
ina ke police la nyaton ko de fo
I
wati
served as IG on 2 terms.
Na wuce fulale ke IG yala.
Well, first from the 2nd of March 2010
Fulo March karo til fulo 2010 ka dati wala.
to November 2014.
Kata November karo kono 2014 sango kono.
I received a letter
Utumole nata letter o soto.
from the office of the president
Member da president wala office oto.
that I am duly deployed to Ministry of Justice.
O yen sawin dile sa en kata Ministry of Justice wala do ko bunda member ta tilin kito lula.
Then I was undergoing my PL.
Mbena BL ke kalwa krambuto.
I thought at the time it was a blessing for me
Utembo do ngamira ko nyi keta ala tento letinte.
because the workload as the IG
Satu do ko dumo membe keri ni wutumo ni be IG palasoto.
to be able to undergo the course perfectly difficult.
Uke la karango ke anyama ay tilin akakole ya bake.
I moved to the Ministry of Justice.
Tumo len sawuntan tata minister bundala member ta kito lentilinola.
I reported and I was asked to proceed with my course.
Tata ndam kuje mfutata tumo na baribitu na tasilo dinga kuma tenten na karango tentendi.
And that's how I completed my course.
Na woke wala nyama hanufo na karango bang.
Then towards the end of my course,
Na karango bangula mafangola.
virtually a month before, 2 weeks before I started my exams,
Lokum fula jalimbe na lundi kontibulu da mutala.
I received 2 calls.
Na kumandiri fula soto.
These calls are a little bit strange to me.
Yin kumandiri no kata lafta kala kukutoti kawa kulu jakali kuo.
One is from General Baji,
No bota General Baji le ya.
saying hello to me
Ta fanyo hello kan kontong.
and then teasing me.
Amunta ay
Hola, ang serere.
ay ko jola ni serere lutemo ay sana uya sambangkang.
And we concluded that greeting.
Na nao no kontong ke funga bang.
2 minutes later,
Minute fulan kola
my minister,
na minister
Usman Sonko,
Usman Sonko
also called me,
ufana yen kumandi.
the same type of greetings.
Ateo kontong ni fason kilimo.
But for him, we don't have that joke relationship.
Ratila karola o sana uya fason te mantara na tema.
Yeah, this time round, was it Mandinka Jola or Serer Jola? or
sila lo
Serer
kata
Jola?
jadi la mandinga ni jola waranda se
It's also a Jola, so it's Jola is Jola. My mother is a Serere.
I know.
Fanon kata jola ko ndikatu mbama mu serere leti.
So he said he is going to Basse, and when he comes back, he wants to talk to me.
Awa olonna ko ya kabita base barna muruta nan alafta kadiya munye.
That was on a Friday.
Okatanu arjumalu leti
It was in the month of Ramadan.
andumbe sunkaro le kono utumo.
Then General Baji again called me
Okola
on Saturday.
sibitilu la General Baji yen kumandi kotake.
That's why I said it's a little bit strange to me,
Wala nan ko alafta kala ni jakali kuoti.
because we discussed on the same issue as we have not discussed that before.
Because katuna diamu ketele ko isa mira naman diamu minto
Because-
okolula.
Because he repeated the same phrases.
Was ay kumulu mulu fonyo nung asaita kumaka fason kilimon le kan kotake.
Then my wife was beside me.
Tumon namu so bembala
I told my wife something is to happen,
gonna muso kule be kuru kan
and we have to be prepared for it.
ando nyantam parela kamale.
It's either arrest
Ufula lam aseke ye muta
or appointment.
wala e place kuto dinna.
My wife said, let's pray for your reappointment.
Namu so ko nyona dua fo ala siake ye ila place wala fa e place
And on
kuto.
Sunday,
Why did you think of arrest?
ne ya sabu ye mira ko mutaro
that has been most of the time, because when I was
Could you take that again?
murum kambang ye men nyimfo
Could you take that again?
murum kambay ni
Why did you think
that
arrest?
has been the trend. I think quite a number of my family members were asking me to go out. And I insisted that no, I'm not moving out an inch. Because to me, I've not done anything wrong in this country. If you want to make me to suffer, you're just doing it for your own pleasure.
But you said that this was the trend.
Yeah, quite a number of people were arrested. The moment you are removed, what follows next is your arrest.
As IGP, when this trend was unfolding, did you believe that this was lawful?
It's unlawful. It's not lawful.
Yet all of you continue to serve this regime that perpetrated unlawfulness against its citizens as a trend.
You have a choice of serving or not serving, but the threat remains the same.
Atutete mare fangala bulu yakondine kalu koke bari halimbi silandiri ko membe santo la woke tuta nyalema
because when you served you may likely be subjected to that type of harassment.
Asikeno bobata faso isio le mari kan
when you also refuse to serve
ni balanta fanan ko te lu kokela
probably that would be the worst.
So we,
all of us, we stay on to serve.
You choose the easier option.
Well, because you cannot predict what is to happen. Personally, what I cannot do is to leave my family here and be destitute somewhere. I would prefer to have anything done to me here than be a destitute elsewhere.
Membe dialante wotumo nimna dimbaya luyeto kanjala nimbadi nulu wala be fisiya lanye ngaban ko bula ngata mane ngana tara je ko ngatara ke tumaran ke ya me ya lonko anim batalem katu jangole be dial.
In a sense, Mr. Witness, you are saying you would rather serve an illegitimate government, a government that would violate with impunity the rights of its citizens, than to leave that government and do something.
What I will do is to make sure that I don't do that. I feel very happy when upon completing my BL. And I'm not worried anymore.
Why?
Because I know I have a career.
So it was all a selfish calculation. It's about myself and my family.
Everybody here looks after your family. Their family is your priority, and my family is my priority, and I don't want to leave them in this country. One being a destitute hit there outside, and also my family suffering here, because I will not be able to do anything for them. I've been in the UK for 7 years. I know how I suffered. I was going to school, from school to work, come back, read for 2 hours, sleep again the following morning. That was my life.
balu be kere nyami ntene sanji wala ke UK banko kan mbe karan kan bari mbe balu nyem to ja kole atambulu katu ngata karam buto ninjita na karan na fansun karam ke ngalla ngasino kote ka wosomo ataw ku kire ka soro wala amunta wo bata
and Mr. Witness, we ask these questions because we want to know why is it that public officers were compliant to Yaya Jammeh's wishes?
Sero lafto la kanyin lom ne dalilo me asabu jama do kulal me asabu be songkang Yaya Jammeh ye kula me alon ko men ka diaye.
Even though they knew that A lot of the things he was doing were unlawful.
Hano nyanya ya lonko jama ku jamal beje me alonko akeke ya lonko ko muluwanta ya baro leti.
I'm not denying that some public officers were doing that. But at a personal level, I did a lot that goes against Yaya Jammeh. I only rely on Almighty Allah.
Maso sokodo kula jama besondi Yaya Jammeh ma. Alaftamen na ikatama wale la bari ndekuno fango ndenga kujama le kemeni ya lonko nini Yaya Jammeh la lafina kulu manta nyola manka akitanyi ndiko mbekulu keka meni ya lonko wale hata la kaulu fatatale albiyotumo nteji ko be aninata manga den alalela.
Because this is very important. A lot of people did illegal stuff. And they claim they had no choice. They had to do that in order to maintain their jobs, because it was absolutely important for them to maintain their jobs. But here you are telling us that you have done a lot of things against Yaya Jammeh. Tell us about this.
One, several police officers were dismissed. Some of them before I even become the IG. And I know they have an issue that is to the knowledge of the president. One of them is the second to last witness here.
Babukar Ba.
And several others were dismissed. For Babukar was on the interdiction with another person, Jai. When I came in as the IG, I asked for an assessment to find out officers who are sick, officers who are diseased and their entitlements are yet to be paid, officers who are on interdiction, officers who are on certain punishment like surcharge. I realized that quite a number of officers were one way or other among one of the groups. I interviewed all of them. And some of them, they have issues, like Ba had an issue at C4 regarding timber. In the form of a corrupt practice. He was interdicted for almost 4 or 5 years. And then the matter was only mentioned in the first year. Never proceed. I decided that I should reinstate them, because I went through their files. I only discovered that the person complaining or reporting the matter is related to the former president. Because he works for the former president's guardian in Sifo. Ordinarily, that matter should not have gone that far. And there are some disciplinary actions that could have been taken against the officer. And that we are not taking. And I have quite a number of investigators also were also dismissed because they did not write what he wants to hear.
Which who wanted to hear?
He has an opinion on certain matter. The former president. And mostly I have to end up vetting all files that are going to him. If I know that he's going to, you cannot write directly and say there is no case in this. That has been the problem for most of the officers. Because probably somebody must have informed him that that was about a false statement. And he has that in his mind. The moment you say there is no evidence, without laying your conclusion, most of the time you are dismissed. So I have to prepare their conclusions for them. Because, for example, if it is a rape case, you have to bring out all the elements, draw them down. If it's not this, then it should be this. Is it that? Then if it's not that, then you can come. That's how we, the moment I put that before in our distance, he will accept that. But you cannot just say there is no evidence. Nimbe kumolu kilae mbuka afonyi nako sebe talade kadu libe ko kundimbola yoto e kadalilu ledi ko ninyi kukari te woto nyine ya sabu wala ninyi ntengine mu ndeka kulu baye yoto nyale ka baye ko nyine nyi sabu din dalila kar le nyi koma o dalilu le ya sabu barbitun ka foko ha sebe te nyi kola ibuka okeno atela karola. All the officers that were okay.
Yes, you would agree with me that all these examples you're given, or this main example you are giving, is in fact nothing extraordinary. This is what you expected to do as leader of an institution, isn't it? Of course, but of course, why I mentioned that I have not completed that statement yet. These are the circumstances. I'll come to my actions. All those that are dismissed in respect of investigations that I believe are okay, they are okay, and he dismissed them. I brought all of them back. Ntela futoje ntela taroje na kolu jibe tumo menna brimtata je ko nyil mukulleti men ya lonko ila yirko manfuta alo dulato wolu be murundi nan la place with his approval, isn't it? I have never consulted him for any reinstatement. What I will do, I have nothing to challenge your assertion. And I take it that in view of your position, that you are speaking the truth about this. And unless I have something to contradict that, I would assume that what you're saying is right. Of course, everything that is said here would be investigated and looked into. Tell us, who are these people that you have reinstated without consulting with Jammeh?
This Babukar Ba is one of them. Babukar Ba be Korole. Kebanjai. another group of 11 officers.
Yo kafulobi je me yalon ko tatale fu mo tan anin kilin.
I cannot remember their names.
Hakilote be to
Those are the first 11 that are reinstated.
Wolle mo tan nin kilin follow to namen no murundina.
Okay, but how were these officers dismissed? Under what authority were they dismissed?
I think the informations were coming from it's around the provinces that they were engaged in cooperatives and they were dismissed. Some have political issues and they were dismissed.
Jamabe kono do kola no santol to bolon kono. Yo bitu lolu tumi tilimbali alla tapale ya kulu. Yo bar don fanal bije wala kulu be dendim politiko Kenya lela. Wala na biri yo bay no jama tarta makamo le otembo le ton wotumo.
Dismissed by who?
Jumale bay.
The fourth one that I reinstated is Juju Fadera.
Amen follow murundi ala palaso to ka follow Juju Fadera.
Juju, I think there was it's a political issue. And then I think that time he was the prosecutor around Farafenye. And then some UDP members were arrested. That should have been around 2006 or something, 1996.
1996?
Yes.
This would have been 13 years.
Yes, I reinstated. I brought him back.
13 years later.
13 years later. I brought him back. All that I feel.
What was the authority for his dismissal?
Because I think it has something to do with the matter in the court, and then they did not make efforts to convict those people. Then I review all their listings because I know him personally. I was a junior officer under him. Even though I senior him after 2-3 years. But I know him and I know his capability and I know his efficiency.
Mr. Witness, I am sure you had justifiable reasons for those actions. But it would help condense the testimony if you would just answer questions directly.
No
and that way we save a bit of time.
Thank you.
Who dismissed Juju Fadera?
I wouldn't know, but it was a directive from the office of the president.
Okay. Did you write to the Secretary General to inform him that you wanted to reinstate these people?
Officers that are under the rank of Chief Inspector, it's my mandate, prerogative to appoint them.
Officer Lumelo la makamo be Chief Inspector Yoduma, ni munte fana na kanuni semboleti puru kawulu ta dukola.
If I are above that rank, I have to write.
I
have difficulties in certain officers who were dismissed and I want to bring them back.
With
help of some Secretary Generals. I will normally go to them and then explain the circumstances. They will ask me to write on behalf of the officer. Then I write and then most of the time it's approved. And I want to believe that, sorry, let me just complete. I want to believe that my dismissal in 2014 was because of that.
And the latter in left la nyinako ilante bayo 2014 sankolo wolle mukuluti ye memma daliloti.
Can you explain that circumstance?
Why I say so, because when I received, General Baji called me early in the morning and said whether I can come to his office.
Munan no fo sumanda julo no General Baji yem kumandi ako fontina no ala ofisoto.
What was General Baji?
Munam General Baji dinu.
General Baji, I think, is a lieutenant colonel, is one of the senior state guard commander.
General Baji otumo ngamere fasike lieutenant colonel wala ko place woluto bari atelem state guards la kundo ko otumo.
In the order of service, who was senior, you or General Baji?
Tanko bunda molla makamolla nyaro. Ita ni General Baji jumala makamo be nyaro.
I'm not serving at that time. I was dismissed.
Otembo mantara do ko ade yembayle.
Seniority will not count as far as.
Otembo place nyato kaya.
I see not him.
Bari ntele bala ntele place ba nyato mi otumo miji.
I thought we were talking about before your dismissal.
But media mo kankula no watle na wato men janni be bayla.
No, it was. I said that was because I want to believe that my dismissal was in respect of one of the reinstatements and what it is that I had made.
Ngamera na bayro liaje ngafonya sababu keta ngamu dole murundi nang ani udu kulu ni tamandi nyame ngamera wala mdalilo tinya.
I did not meet General Baji in his office.
Man General Baji tara la office oto.
I called him on phone.
Na kumandi telephone onto.
He said, "Oh, sorry, I'm out."
Akoyo haketo mfintitale.
But go to Ansumana Tamba.
Konyata ni Ansumana Tamba yenyoje.
I proceeded inside the State House.
Tata State House kolotola.
And I met Ansumana Tamba.
Tumola ni Ansumana Tamba yenyoje.
And who is this Ansumana?
I want to believe that he is the main State Guard commander.
State Guard commander
because he was the most senior in the State House at that time, apart from General Baji.
General Baji kola otumo atelefana palaso do dolu bekan.
Then he handed over a letter to me.
Tumolom ay letter o dinna.
I read the letter.
Na letter o karal.
It was my reappointment.
Wala ketal letter o ti yen sayin kanta do ko wala.
Was this reappointment because I'm still, you know, Usman Songo called me and I met him and
You are talking about your reappointment.
Yeah.
The question I asked is, you said these reinstatements were partly responsible for your dismissal.
Yeah, okay.
So my question was for you to tell us the circumstances surrounding your dismissal.
Thank you very much. I think I drilled a little bit. When I received the letter, I opened it was my appointment.
Again, you're derailing yourself. You're derailing yourself again. I want to talk about your dismissal. What were the circumstances?
No, I said, because I don't know why I was dismissed. I was first redeployed to Ministry of Justice. November 26th, 2014. In April, the following year, 2015, I received my letter of dismissal, where I was undergoing the BL course. Then it was after that I was called in July and hand over that letter.
Reinstatement.
I went to it was a short letter.
So when you told us that it was the reinstatements that were responsible for your dismissal, you were merely guessing, you were merely speculating.
I said I want to believe. I'm coming to why I believe in that. After opening the letter, reading through the letter, and I fold the letter, then he saluted me. And he said, "Sir, I have a message for you." His Excellency said, you beg on behalf of your people too much.
Was that the reason why you were dismissed? Because
and it's true, because anytime my officers are dismissed, I'll go to him. I will seek clearance to meet him. I will explain to him all the circumstances. And most of the time he will accept it and then reinstate them. Except for those that are dismissed when I was not the IG.
For what name by income came for the Kawulikatakan. What another Nina Sata and Mulana Maria by 10 Nakumobe by Yot. Adun Jamajama Akasone is against you Mari Murundi.
But for those for whom you had authority to appoint, do you go back to him?
But in more than many yes, I have somebody that put it from my old tough.
What I will always do is I will discuss the issue with my deputy. Most of the statements were when Edu Sambu was my deputy. I will discuss with him and then tell him my intention. There's somebody who always says, sir, if you think your consent, you want to do it if your consent is very clear in doing whatever you are doing, and then nothing will happen by the grace of God. And
so you suggesting that you are reversing or overturning Yaya Jammeh's decisions, and nothing came out of that?
I'm also very tactful in the way I do it. All the officers that are dismissed, I will move from a region or from a location. I will reinstate them and send them to a different location.
Palasitio mun be bay ntela karola wo jama ninga fero ke hanfo ye murundi nan muke say ndio noto de nke ni murundi nan nke ki dinkira dolle to eta do ko ke
Mr. Witness, I admire your courage for doing what you're telling us you did. But that too would have in fact been unlawful. This is a person sacked by the president. And you reinstate the person, that surely would have been unlawful.
I don't see any unlawfulness in this because I normally review their matters. Where I think there are people who are dismissed and I will never bring them back. They have committed criminal offenses and I will never bring them back. But those that I feel by virtue of the report and the report is not pleasing to the authorities and they were dismissed, these are the people, and those that are politically motivated, then I will reinstate them.
But among Kakulanta Yati Akokono, Katunka Jubele, many a Kuja Oke by Muka Murundinan, Kuja Okela, Lumfalambuka Murundinan, Muka Mole Murundinan, many along cop, Niela Kojube, Fakota Makonin, among Kuja Oke, Kuala Yamunity, what Amarishi Muruno and Walla, Nimme along political bending and a Bairola, Muka Legibe, many along Mantanake, Nsiferoke Kaunu.
You see, you're looking at it from a completely different standpoint. I can understand the rights violations involved in sacking somebody from his job when the person did not commit any offense. But my point is, administratively, you are reversing the decision of the president, and it is not in your power to reverse the decision of the president. That would be ultra-virus, wouldn't it?
If the decision is not lawful, if the actions are not lawful, I wouldn't mind to pay the price.
This is quite refreshing. This is the first time we have had anything like this before this commission. And you're telling us that you did this several times, and you still survived it. Correct?
Correct, because I always take God
Tonya katun abe nimbakela nimdankele yalom ala la karola.
Whatever I think is not right,
Wo kundinga namiro toko amantilim.
I wouldn't mind revising it and take God and belay it for any punishment, because quite a number of my officers, they know. Why I probably don't are listening to me.
Kadunya jambe kela.
But I always tell them.
Ko nyimukule timeya lonko amanjare nyimba yinna. Wala nankana nguruka ko no masata puka mari murundinan. Jama bekere menu kudunta ko kono ibella moy kalle bi. Yo wala nan ninga men ke ntaka ala leta danken ya.
Well, we've been told consistently by government officers that they had no choice. They had to do Yaya Jammeh's illegalities or illegal orders or Yaya Jammeh's shenanigans, and because they were completely afraid that by not doing so, well, they would be attacked, they would be harassed, they would be arrested, they would be sent to the left-hand side of the highway, they would be sent to mile 2, to the 5-star hotel and all that. What do you say to that?
Silang, nenyen ko jube, officer jamade do ko la wutumo. Ite la sataro na take munete anila dalilolu. Ha, wotembo niye ate nyaton ko la kangulu soso yeku ke memmandiya adun ate lafinna ko moleti jama jaba mun ka kela isi dewundi isi mantora isi batandi wala ye bay wala ye kamara lan koti wala nimmanta mambe asiki ala 5-star hotel auto o bito jama yalo mun mo 5-star hotel oti wala mile tuti wo ku fusulu le kabboy imari kan wala la jama ko ni aje sontala kanula wo silanya le asabu.
I would say they don't believe in God.
I would say they lacked integrity.
I will give you a scenario. I was a day I was in my office. I had instruction to give names of all those who are posted from Sanyang. Brusubi. This is over 100 and something police officers. When I received the instruction, to me, something had happened. Well, anytime the president requests names, you will know that something has happened. Then I sat with our management. I said I will personally respond to this letter. I called my personal assistant. I script all my text for him. And I asked him to go and type it. In that text, what I said is, Your Excellency, I know something has happened, but I want to narrow it down to a particular police station, to a particular relief, to a particular person who must have done what you are looking for. Because the way you asked me, if I should submit all the names to you, most likely they will all go home. And these are officers well trained. And to retrain their number is going to be very difficult. I sent that letter. Up to today, no response. From the inner.
You have a copy of that letter?
It should be at the police headquarters.
But luckily you are Minister of Interior and you have supervisory authority over the police.
Yes, I will request, if you want, I can request that.
Please get us that letter and let us receive it before Wednesday.
Yes.
council kaya bitu letter on sulata wala copy wala jang andu ala yake ko itelo minister tibi mem marta o police ulu bela akalin andu be sulala letter ni ne janning arabanala.
Mr. Witness, all these things are helpful to the commission to understand the behavior of Gambian public officers, why officers acted in the ways they did.
Ni mbekata mako roti komiso ye ka lo mulan na official wala do kulalu ye la kulu samba nyame itarta nyama anibe le kalambulo mento no dumo ni mbekala mako rubani te komiso wala karola bari halimbi.
Do you want to give us another example?
Fo lafta misal do di lan na bang.
Some of the issues are in respect of civil servants.
Ko do lu menu tilinta do kulalu la mansa kula do kulalu.
I remember the Minister of Health.
Hakilo baka minister men mata jata kende ala.
I cannot remember the name, but she is the last Minister of Health. She is the last Minister of Health during the former president's time.
Minata tola albaratele kata minister labangoti men mata jata kende ala.
That was an instruction to arrest her.
Kumaka wonata nkampurka muta.
I sent officers to pick her.
Ngamulu ki puriyeta kama.
We went into the investigation. It's about ticketing. And then the president was already on tour around Farafenye. And that instruction comes in. When I went into the matter, I know the intention is to keep him there for that long. No, not my non-Delahamode. I decided to release her because I discovered on the spot that there is no evidence. Quite a number of my officers were a little bit very uncomfortable. I told them that I will take the responsibility. And most likely, they will never call me for this issue. Jobate, the former Minister of Justice, made mention of my encounter with him and the President.
Where
was that meeting? That encounter?
In the State House.
State House.
And what about it?
It was about giving them the names of people around Kairaba. I went on his face. And I appeal that it cost us a lot of money to get all these officers to where they are. For them to be dismissed on a mere speculation, because I want to believe that the information that he received was that police officers were asking people to pay fare to attend to their complaints. And he was very furious about that. In fact, he made mention of that in his inaugural speech. I told him that these officers need to be reinstated. I did not stop there. There was an inauguration, some vehicles were to be received by military. And he mentioned the same police attitude of telling complainants to hire vehicles for their complaints. When he mentioned that, I responded. I told him that, well, Your Excellency, this is the number of fuel that is given to the police per year.
Your Excellency, essential nangamo, menka di police la sawo sang a yirko community.
And this is the number of vehicles that the police force have.
adu ñin nanga mo moto nanga mo ñine be police ol bulu
The Honorable Minister of Finance here, it was Koli.
otumo honorable minister mem martana fulo ko nyalla afenanti otumo Mr. Kolilem
Can we allow Koli to calculate the number of fuel per year for vehicle and per month and per day?
otumo la ko kolisi fere ke ay ñi yirika moto nanga mo ani essence nanga mo men kadi moto la sango kono karo kono alitino
Koli instantly responded to say it's 2 liters per vehicle.
koli ajabi wala to ko liter fula moto e kawle
He
di
was surprised
ñin kata e tere makoti
and instructed that fuel should be increased to 10 liters.
otumo lam ay ñin kawo di ko woto essence anyanta bala liter fulo to le ya la fa ka ke liter tamoti tilo kono
I may have an attitude.
ase keno Kenya do ben fanan bulu
I don't, you are an authority, I am never afraid of an authority.
hanni mu nyaton ko te hanni si sembo su palaso to ñoño be ntabu kasila
I'll give you the utmost respect,
si buña de buña kanyanda afutata dawo
but I
da
will not allow anybody to play with me.
bari mbuka sommo mo ndi yetuluntela
Mr. Witness,
hello
you got away with all these things.
inde ñin kul be kono ina na findi kono ko to tilingo
Council, correct?
to la council
You are the longest serving IGP in recent memory.
tele mini
That's also correct.
iso la ñaaron ko mi alon ko tele meta ila palaso do
So the theory,
o kuma kan to nyalti
that if you questioned Jame's decision,
amata kul be ñame ni adra ite ñini karo ke ya jambe la
or you took the right decision in place of a wrong decision,
waranto ni hamen ko ta mi alon ko wala hamen timmari ngode tilini ngode andum wayna na ke hame jenkere ngode
you'd be sent to mile 2,
e be sambala mayel tule
or you would be dismissed.
waranto asike e bay
It's simply not true.
o mu kulel mi alon ko amanke to ñaati
Well, that's the only issue. For me, that could be people's belief. But my belief is that do the correct thing and God will protect you.
ndilata men wala mo mo la mirarol bari ndilata men wala minti ko ibe men kala ay ka tilibo nin to nya kanti adunya tamando nya Allah taala fawle kete mari kanta
And I can also tell you
mbana si ñim fono e
that if you do the correct thing,
ye ko samba anin anyana kala ñame
the law
loi
will also
afanan
protect you.
Protect you. huh?
be
That's
tan
right.
kandila
Mr. Chair, we can have a break. This moment.
There were quite a few who weren't protected by God then. We'll resume our coffee break at 12:30. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back from the coffee break. Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The witness is being brought in.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Bismillah.
Thank you very much.
Before the break, you were telling us how you were correcting some of the rights violations that were made. By the Jammeh government, by reinstating some officers who were dismissed. Correct?
That's correct.
You also told us about instances where you offered advice and contrary views for positions taken by Jammeh to dismiss certain officers.
That is in several circumstances. I have not mentioned some of them, and I want to believe that they are very key here, if you would allow me to mention, because my mind comes to reflect on them now.
Jamabi je hakilo bato lalle mbadi am kantu momena bari nata je ko wolu ila ko kuma yata bakene ko wolu kono bato minna ta silo soto gulde mbe wol dolu fulale kato ila ko akuma yata le pour yefo.
Could you go ahead? And let's make it short. We have other issues to come.
Another incident is when he asked me to give him the names of all those who are serving at the tourism industry, TDA.
And that is from Foyesila Loco. Memu Bebe Doko la TDA, William Tuba, Lunta Ulatan na Mafo Kamadamen, Pulu Be Todiala.
I prepared a list.
Nakaito in Safi?
I thought it was going to be a good news for me. There were about 124. They were all dismissed. I found very uncomfortable. And this is something that I have to fight for their possible reinstatement. It has taken me over almost a month. To see him was a problem. I went to him and I explained to him. Quite 75% of those that are dismissed were recruits. They were personally selected by me. They were deployed, personally identified by me. Why I want to be involved in that case, I instructed the commander of the PIU then to provide me with names of officers that are very decent and are completely drug-free.
And I beg your pardon?
Completely drug-free. He conducted the selection. And I said before their deployment, I want to come and address them. Some of the members I discovered are not decent. And I have reasons to believe that they take drugs. I said no way.
nko hani wotekela
let everybody fall in here.
nko be benjang le tembe
And I was the one because I've been their commander. And I have interaction with several of them during their training. I always go to the training school to give them lectures. Also time on human rights issues and investigative matters. So I have to go to him and then appeal to him that these officers are one of my best officers. And then I've spent a lot on them. For 10 good months we were on the training. Because when I came in, I changed the training syllabus from 5 months to 10 months. So to me, it is very unfair at that time. I know something must have happened. But I always want to narrow it down to a particular person. And this was, he never disclosed to me what had happened. That's why I made a global appeal. There were 121 of them were reinstated. These are people who are under my responsibility to promote. That means they are all less than chief inspector and below. But senior officers, 3 of them, it has to take a process.
The bottom line here is you pleaded with Jammeh for their reinstatement. And he accepted. So in fact, in some instances, when people pleaded with him, he would accept.
Well, I don't know, because many people come here and say they choose his bad mood or good mood. For me, the moment you hit me, I will react. I don't know normally look at the condition in which I'm going to find him. But my interest is to make sure that my people are not unlawfully terminated.
But Mr. Witness, you would agree with me that in spite of all this, human rights violations continued to happen even within the police under your watch.
But I said, I was not Maninago, Hanikabi, Onya, Ninkatako Becono, Hanamadi Nyantatial Tentental Catedron, Police Marolo Cono, Police disputing that. Even if it happens,
could you take that again?
I'm not saying, because officers, when you send officers out, you cannot monitor everything that they are doing, because there are people responsible of their welfare and management.
But it was still within the knowledge of the management of the police that human rights violations were happening within the police.
Yes, that's also why that leads me, because when I assumed office, the first thing that I did is to create complaints. Complaint discipline was there, but I created human rights office.
Ha umuto nyalti birinte muruta nan mon kata wasi bulla men police la kala ubijele barinte nata bunda dada melondi me yalonko wolle be lola hadama ya nyanta tinyalu kunna.
All public complaints are filed in that office.
Jama mulla wasi dalu be ka safe office woto.
And then actions taken.
And
principal among the human rights violations were unlawful detentions.
Yes, that's definitely unlawful detention is a violation.
And it used to happen in the police.
I will not dispute that fact.
And it used to happen under your watch.
When I was the IG, but not directly under my watch because they have supervision. They have supervisors at different locations.
But of course, Mr. Witness, you know that that would not absolve you of responsibility. If it happened under your watch as IGP, you are responsible ultimately.
In order
to avoid that responsibility, that's the reason why I created the Human Rights Office, for people to have chance to complain. Look after.
But when you are wala nan fana nata ni officer lundi men ya lon ko wolle bula la hadama ya nyanto kunya luma min mo men nata wasida la je.
Yes, that may have been the case. Right, but what would have been more effective would be a position on your part that would prevent these rights violations from happening. Don't you think that is the case?
The best way to do is to include human rights this thing in the curriculum.
But wouldn't it be more effective also to have standard operating procedures that would prevent rights violations from happening?
But I am Reman Sartol in Tamandri Bombani will Yanatara Kaitara Lori in Jemea Lonko, well the Bantam Bill and Hanama and Yantatinal Bekir in Purikanake.
Of course, I want to believe that if you look at the files correspondence from the IGP's office to regional commissioners, you will see quite a number of warnings, memos, of detaining people for a longer duration than necessary.
Yeah, but niye kaito lu jamaju be failo lu menu kabonde la karola katani police nyato ko ya commissioner lu menu dinkira lu to kata dandalaro lu katana je menu bambanta aniya amerikawlu menu katana kaito lu balan kammen ki itoliye pour ñin kamala isi hakilo to nyanta ko lu menu korosila pour nyanta ko lu tamandi la ñamela do ko.
I have given you a name and I did so purposely for reasons of privacy. I would circulate it to the chair and the deputy chair. This person was detained. You are aware of it? And this person was unlawfully detained? Correct?
Don't mention the name. This person was detained.
Okay. Answer the questions.
Yeah.
Unlawfully?
Well, I will not say unlawfully.
In excess of the statutorily allowed limit.
Yes, that's true.
And that's a violation of the person's rights. Let's be gender neutral here.
Yeah, definitely.
It happened during your watch.
Yes, it happened during my watch, but
just
if you also ask the person, the person will tell you what I've accorded.
Yes, yes.
But to yala kitana maralu which wala ko
passing.
But niya mari fula nyini ka ba fula yenne ntena simfalu menuta puru kaje ko ala kule bonyoto.
I make sure that the
best witness you would accept. I mean, at a particular level, general courtesy would be accorded to one another. Agree with that. Basic courtesy would be accorded to one another.
Yes, but it's very unusual for the IGP to come down and doing everything. That person.
Pour IGP foye jinang kana kolu dolu tamandi bundalula manyalon ko delori.
But what I'm trying to drive at here is that there was a blatant violation of a person's right, and the IGP was aware of it.
President be bunda men no masata ka no ka wala mindi go filan ko fele misal fe mo fele me alon ko iya muta ya sindi black ya la nyanto tinya andum même be marali mo kordal même IGP ti aya kala mutale.
And the IGP did not do anything to stop or to end the violation of the right.
Andum IGP ni même police lo kundon ko to korda ni ngona yamman ku kata ko ke pour ka je ko o mari nyinna nyanto nyinna tinya pour ka dankala.
True or false? Let's start from there.
To nya fofania.
Yes, I did not do much to get the person out.
Kuba tamandi pour ka je amari ya bemuto kono.
Because I was only asked to take custody of her.
Let's be gender neutral. But this is precisely the point. This is another violation of rights. You are not, as IGP, you are not just a custodian of people for the head of state to come and say, keep this person for me. It's not like being a herdsman and you are given a cow to keep. The IGP is the Inspector General of Police and cannot act in that capacity for the president. You agree with that?
Kake IGP di police la nyato ko te keno la nyindi do yetara dingira nyindo bidame to yalongo president bina la mona ta ko nyimuta jangali asindinya amanke ko bukata wo nyama itel mo IGP di police la kundon koti amanke ni si koro de yalongo ba fala ko moyna ta ko ni so ta ya mutanye jam o nyama ko bukata wo nyama.
Probably things are not going that way, the way it should have gone. But then, at the level of me, personally, this is not the only situation. There are a lot of situations.
Let's focus on this one first. I have an important reason for bringing these things out.
Yes.
Authority is not to be abused. No. Authority is not to be abused. Authority is to be exercised in accordance with law, and it has to be exercised judiciously. You agree with that? It was a blatant violation of rights. It was also abuse of authority for the president just to show, keep this person for me here. That is a blatant violation of rights, you would agree?
I will agree that that's the violation of right.
You would also agree that it ought not to have happened.
Yes.
You would agree with me that in a democracy, the IGP should have said, Mr. President, you are asking me to violate this person's rights. And under the Constitution, I am obliged to protect this person's rights.
Mr. President,
in a democracy, this is what ought to have happened.
I cannot remember exactly the facts of that matter.
Yeah, hold on a second. Council, there's a lot of exchange going on between the two of you in the abstract. Can we see the list of that? So yes, would be in the picture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that.
A lot of abstract in the discussion. Avoiding gender, avoiding this, avoiding that. We don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You would agree with me that in a democracy, the IGP should have inform the president that you are asking me to violate the rights of a person, and under the law I am obliged to protect the rights of that person. In a democracy.
That's right. I personally made several efforts. If I remember, I think this is about
Don't give us the facts.
Yeah.
Don't give us the facts, because it may disclose the person's name.
So I approached I went to the Aegis chambers. This was in the form of a white paper. The white paper was sent to Aegis chambers for a review, and then the instruction comes. I made several attempts. I have a personal relationship with the person. It's not because of my relationship with the person that I made that move. The person is my blood cousin. So I made several efforts.
That does not change the fact that the person's rights were violated.
The moment you are detained more than necessary, your rights have been violated.
Well, Mr. Witness, it's not being detained beyond more than necessary. It's being detained more than the allowed limits on the law. I bring these things out so that public officers are not required to implement unlawful orders, irrespective of where they come from.
That's right.
And you should not have done it even though the orders came from the president. Do you agree with that?
I always, as I said,
I know you made efforts, but let's put aside the efforts. The bottom line is, it should not have happened.
That I agree.
By making it happen, you also contributed to violating the law. In spite of the efforts you have made, by making it happen.
If I want to contribute, I would have made several efforts. And not only this person, but quite a number of them. I choose where is comfortable for them.
Hana manke ni mari dam mante ni ala ko na manke otini nte kata ko lukela bari na kata ko lukele andu amanke ni mari dam mante hana manke ofo fananti nka jubele e mari nyolu si daha soto dame
if we follow that, you would see that there was an animal farm wherein some people received better treatment than others, depending on their status in society and personal relationships with the officers entrusted with their care. Which by itself is still bad because it's discrimination.
I qualify my last statement by telling you that I did not do it because I'm related to the person.
Okay.
And that's why I went further to tell you several other people that I don't even know.
I agree with that. And understand the objective here. Our mantra here is never again shall these things happen in our country. Our president is a public officer whose primary responsibility is to uphold the Constitution and to ensure that those officers under him also respect and uphold the Constitution. So we are doing this exercise so that all of us would learn from the mistakes of the past. Undoubtedly, in the discharge of public functions, there were a lot of good men. And there were a lot of good men who did a lot of good things. But even among those good men, some of them did wrong. It still does not absolve them of responsibility. And unless we bring these things out, we will not learn from them. It was wrong for the president to order the detention of this person beyond the statutorily allowed limits. You agree?
I
agree with the rest of the people.
In fact, under the laws of this country, it's only judicial officers who are empowered by law to detain people beyond the statutorily allowed limit. I think the TV is frozen. Or the pictures are frozen. No, I am alive and kicking. You would agree with that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And therefore, what would you advise the Inspector General of Police if the president were to give him or her, whosoever IGP is, if the president were to give him or her an unlawful order?
I don't think what had happened will ever happen in this country.
Mr. Witness, you have not answered my question.
Yes, I will continue. My advice to the IGP that nobody should give instructions, or they should not accept any instruction from anybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Let's now move on to the issue of the Ghanaians. You returned to Gambia in 2007.
Not to interrupt, but before we leave the last issue, can the witnesses mention a list that he gave to Jammeh of 124 individuals. I believe he said in the terrorist sector.
In the terrorist sector.
That's the third reference he's made to a list that he had given to Jammeh. Can he include in what you requested by Wednesday to give us copies of those lists?
Correspondence.
And if we can do it in writing to him, so he would not, I believe he would deliver, but to be sure that we requested those things for our own records as well.
Legal counsel in Karok, Kaito Mengalonko, Udokula Mumu, Anin Nano, Tobe Damen, many alonko, Kobudokola, Lunta Latanin, Ma Dinkira Leto, Fonsi Tony Soto, Kaito Don Bijelemen Lakumo for Tabari, Nilton was saying Kaito Men from Balafasi, Fanala Faji, putting in Kamala, he basically said they are Kaito Lukono Sulatan Menunaja.
I'm not sure whether that document may be available at the headquarters. But what I know is that the list was submitted to me by their commander, and then it was General Baji that he sent, and I delivered that list to him. All the officers are still, quite a number of them are alive, and I even met one of them being part of the officers here just a few minutes ago. He came to greet me. So the officers are 124, but 121 are reinstated.
Yes.
The three others are not. I'm not sure whether the list, because the list was submitted to me, and he was in a hurry, and I gave it to General Baji and I gave it to him. But I know their dismissal reads all their names. Probably you will see that we can get that from the headquarters. The list that are submitted may not be available because I want to believe that I don't make copy of that. But his reaction to the dismissal, that is obvious that it should be available at the police headquarters.
Listo woto be kayto membala amam ko mo fabata la police korda bato sai katu nyin kamala birin kayto nyin nata nyamoto natan kanne adum birafata tam man tafana nata kayto le cikanga di general bajila bitu ye kolu tambindi ye tentendi wala nyama bar bitu hanimbi ngalon ko tolu men ya lon ko isafeta wanya wumu anin nano atolu asekeno ye tara police la korda bato la kitabu bala katu inata mo muan anin kilimo be murundi la palaso lutole
Okay, animuang.
Mokeme muang anin killing unatol be murundi ila palaso tole birin wokoketa.
As I said, that was the third list that you referred.
The file that I received, including their name that I sent, probably may not be available, but his response to dismiss them may be available in the office.
We will provide you the request in writing, so you know exactly what we are looking for from your testimony here. Thank you very much. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witness, you did say that you became CMC in 2009.
Right, that's correct.
CMC 2009
I want to believe you are mistaken. Take a look at this document. You would agree that this is a document from where? State House, isn't it?
Yes, this should be late 2008.
Let's say that as per this letter, a task force was established. By Gambia government. And a support team to the task force. To deal with the UN AU delegation that was to come to Gambia to investigate the issue of the West African migrants who were killed in this country.
Yes.
And this letter is dated 4th September 2008.
Later on, in Lumen Nasafre, Willem September Karotilindani 2008.
Correct?
Tonya?
Correct?
And in the letter,
Later on, in Kono.
you are included as a member of the task force support team.
No yete fanan to ke jele pour yeke moldi me alan ko be kala de mar lalti nyin tax force o nyin kono.
You are number 3 rather on the support team list.
Etele mo sabanjangoti men be kala de mar lalti.
And you are listed as crime management coordinator.
No yete ke men je makamo men dile wala nyinde nyin ku jaw bara lalla e ku tobi ku be tobe ndir la.
So by this, it means therefore that before September 4th, 2008, you were already CMC.
No nye later on jube jandi September karoti tilinani 2008 ketan CMC la coordinator.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's good. And by this letter,
Later on,
it shows that
ay tandi jeko.
the government took the visit of this delegation very seriously.
Masakunda membelu njangi mulunda menyin nala jangi la kumpa boronyi ya tani sobe alla.
Just looking at the task force that were set up
Kadunia jube ko yenyi kafomel londi ko majanni mulunda molbina.
shows that the government
Ay tandi ko masakunda membelu njang.
included very high profile people in the task force.
Ay mo balle dabula nyin kafo nyin gon menu nyanda dabula nyin kafu ke kisikisiro nyin kono.
Could you read out the membership?
Nyin kafo nyin mol mende mabere nyin tol kono ikaranya bang.
I did not see, Councillor, I did not see this letter.
You did not see it before?
I've never seen this letter. All that I know is that I'm instructed that I'm selected and I should go there.
I am not surprised that you did not see it. Because the letter would have been addressed, at least the one that went to the police would have been addressed to the IGP.
Asikeno later on menta da police la nyaton police yemenki police ya yoki police la nyaton kole memo IGP.
Do you agree?
Fa be sonna wala.
But it's copied to IGP.
Precisely my point. And it would be for the IGP to instruct you.
Wala nyinde abekala IGP kan la
IGP.
And it was the IGP who instructed you.
Police called me that I should be part of that task force. I should report to the ministry on a particular date.
Do you have any reason to doubt the authenticity of this letter?
Well, since I am part of it and is very clear, and I also form part of the task force, I have no reason to disbelieve.
Could you read out the names of the members of the task force?
The composition of the task force is as follows. Secretary General Office of the President.
Secretary General President Office.
Secretary of State for Interior.
Secretary of State
Secretary of State for Justice.
Secretary of State
Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs.
Secretary of State
Inspector General of Police. Director General of the NIA.
Director General
Chief of Defense Staff. The support team. Malamin Sise. Numo Kujabi. Yankuba Sonko. Ali Jabang. Ibrahim Drame. Assis Hydra.
Good.
And Awaba.
Mr. Chair, we asked to put this letter in evidence. It should be Exhibit 27, Exhibit 207.
Request granted, Council.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, before you return, yes, you want to say something?
I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to tender this particular document.
dundi la jang.
Because I've never seen this document,
Katu nyin kayto ntene ni nyamaje.
even though I believe in his genuinity.
Hanil la tala ko nyin muku soton ngoleti.
But it should not have been, to me, it's not have been tendered through me.
Bari ntela miro to amanyan klante te purka.
If it is the procedure, I wouldn't mind also.
Bari leta na nyanta kala wole nyama fana mtamu tala kuti.
I think you have answered the question.
Indeed.
Technically, in a trial, there has to be that connection between the person and the document tendered.
Thank you.
The Commission of Inquiry is the master of his own procedures. So that answered your question.
Thank you.
I am happy with the fact that you have raised this issue. But the mere fact that you are comfortable with the document and the fact that there is no reason to doubt its authenticity is in fact good reason why we should put it in. And this also saves time. Because if we were to call a witness before you, just to put in this document, a lot of time would have been wasted.
It's good that we save time.
That's right. And I say this also because law students are watching and they would want to ask the question, why are we putting this document in when it's not going through the right person? Thank you very much. But you also worked with those people who are on the list.
The task force members, I think it's only the briefing that some of them, I cannot remember, but I know quite a senior officials were on the task force briefing, and then the rest were the support team.
Tala ko menu be kafoni fankono menu mo kundo nkoludi kachayi ketale pour ka kul boy nyoto bare wo kola fana wo mako kafoni tebe menu kono del fana nata no telekom.
So during this period you worked with those members of the support team.
Yes.
Before you returned to Gambia in 2007, did you hear about the killing of Ghanaians and West African migrants in the country?
Of course, that was in the public domain. I read a lot of newspapers on that issue. While in UK.
United Kingdom Bangkok.
When I came back, nobody talked about it.
But what was it that was in the public domain?
Ansula, I will not say exactly what it is, but my perception is that migrants were killed and there were 8 in number.
But it was also in the public domain that over more than 8 West African migrants were killed. In fact, 56 West African migrants.
Yes, that was also in the public domain.
In fact, I have here a press statement by the current president of Ghana. This was a press release. Under the first bullet point in the press statement is that about 56 West Africans comprising about 42 Ghanaians, 10 Nigerians, 2 Senegalese, etc. were killed in the Gambia.
We ñu molel fa Gambia banko kanjang kibar ko ñu ya fe wala ñama ay follow wala ñama.
I have no information of that.
Wala kibaru mentala no soto.
But you know that Gambia government was in denial.
Yes.
And it was denying that more than 8 people were killed in the Gambia.
Yeah, that denial I'm aware.
The government was also in denial about responsibility for the 8 who were killed.
And on Gambia Masakunda Mbelu Fana Balanda Ninako, you monkey, Mankang Dunoti, Mo Sayo Memfata in Gambia Banco.
In Ghana town.
Ghana town Satokon.
I have no information to that.
The government denied that those people were killed by government security forces.
Masakunda Mbelu Balanda Ninako Kafuko Natanko Bunda Mul Ulfa.
I only know about the circumstances which, when you went through with Madam Nsise yesterday, to me is just a cover-up. But I only knew about that, the number and then their response to that allegation.
Utumole munata lo mo yirko nanga momenti anin fanan ila kulu keta nyamen bring ye mutajang.
And also immediately after the departure of the former president,
anin fanan bring member president yala jamlum bra botajang dorong.
I ordered to the CDS
Nani kamo di CDS la
for the arrest of some junglers.
When
those junglers were escorted to me, to the CMC, intermittently I popped into CMC's office to find out what the details. I remember the tall guy from Tujereng was telling the rest of the people to tell the truth. And he led my officers to identify all that are responsible of different crimes. That's the only time that I know a lot of things has happened. I look at them as if they are not human beings. When they started narrating, I moved out because I could not take it. I only asked the CMC to bring, at the end of the day, to bring the report to me. And he has done that. I have the copy of that here.
You want to share that with us? Mr. Chair, this is an interim report on missing persons.
Mr.
And could you tell us who prepared the report and to whom it was sent? Well, it is signed on behalf of panelists by Chief Superintendent of Police Fake Badabo.
And the mayor signed panel to Oyala, Willem Chief Superintendent of Police Fake Badabo. Will assign it to Oyala.
To whom was it addressed?
I requested for it.
Okay. All right, but you would agree it's not on a letterhead, so...
No, but I requested for it, because I did not continue listening to some of this. It's very, very shocking, and I said, let them give me the listing. Because this is from people who have done those atrocities, and they are not that much remorseful in the way they talk.
Mukallam moyno wala wala nan kafindi katu nyirben sata kantu menna abele ko man nimisa akola yo ko nime jibe akaduntela la wala akan mbuka pare pour kallam moyna ko wala bari ntela ngakani pour yen kibaro dinna.
Mr. Chair, if this document is accepted, it should be Exhibit 207A.
Kiaman ninga dara isonda nyin letter o nyin kayto nyi report o nyin dunda be kala CDR rol mi alon ko be kala numero men dolen 208.
But when did you order these investigations?
It
should be immediately maybe Fakeba must have signed the date. The date. Look at the last page.
Fakeba ala sign robe damin we kaiti la jube. Pruans alusilo.
Did he state the date?
22 March 2017.
March 2017.
This is 3 months post-Jame.
But the investigations was on for that up to that point. Yes, immediately after Jame's departure that I instructed because my fear at that time is that quite a number of them will leave the jurisdiction if they are not controlled.
Jamme bota jandro ngakalodi pulun kisikisiro damuta katulata nyela ko nimmat ko tariyandi ka damuta na du kundita dron jama beterle ko ibe borla pour kam nyim banko ka.
And you did well. You have to be commended for taking that initiative. Thank you very much. But that also does not change the fact that these violations should not have been allowed to happen in the first place.
Of course not.
And that these junglers were known to us before the fall of Jame. You agree?
I don't think I know. I can only say I know one jungler. And I come to know him when he came to my office. He is Nyabali.
When did he come to your office?
I don't remember vividly, but that was my first contact with a jungler.
Hakilo tamuta lola watu men aketa lonkunto kambari hakilo ba kana birana tanna office.
Why did he come to you?
He came and he said he has an accident with his vehicle.
Nata akala moto anole accident kanu.
And the vehicle is badly damaged.
Moto tinyata tinyanya jaw.
He has been going up and down to traffic.
And
nothing happens. So I decided to call the Commissioner Fadia, inquire about the accident. Then Fadia told me that the file is almost ready.
Did he ever come to your office about the case of the Ghanaians?
No.
Honey.
He came when I instructed Fadia to make sure that the matter is put before the court.
Let
me just those details are not really very important.
No, it's very important.
Okay,
something happened after that.
Okay, what's
and it's also important that the commission knows what happened thereafter. After 2 weeks, he came to my office to thank me that he is compensated about 250,000 for the wrecked vehicle. Why I want to mention this thing? Sometime in 2015, 14 or 15, I was coming from my house in Jabang. That's why I'm building. Still building it. I was driving a Pajero, although the number is not IGP1. I changed my number plates to different regions. Because the fact that my vehicle is well known, IGP1, you know IGP is here. So I applied for about 7 number plates of all the regions. So I was coming from my house, just quite far from the estate junction. Just around 10 o'clock, I saw about 6 people dressed in civil, but I can see a rifle by their sides. I decided to link onto the 2 because 2 on this one side and 4 on the other side. I lowered my front glass. Then somebody in a mask said, "Oga, move, 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 move." To me, the person doesn't want the rest of the people to know it's me. Because I'm not used to him, I don't know the voice. But I managed to drive, and then after some distance, I put off my lights, and I was going until somewhere around. I was going to Sukuta, but I ended up pulling out around Olindum. I was living but I still comport myself to off my lights and then drive in the dark. Only the small lights were on. Then I had my own thinking. Because when he came to my office and he was moving out, my only who is presently with me here, came into my office, said, "Do you know this man? He's one of the junglers." I said, "He's a jungler. I think what I did is good too, because he came to complain and I refer him to traffic, and I think he's going to be looked after." I want to believe that this is the person who was telling me to quickly, because I did a favor to him, I did a favor for him. I'm not sure, but I want to believe that he's the person. This is why I I've never seen them before.
You see, all these, when you saw them at the CMC's office, you wondered whether these were human beings.
Yeah. CMC office
So even these seemingly evil people can sometimes extend courtesy and kindness to people. And when you ask them, they will tell you, "I'm a good man." Ask this person, I have done this help for him. But even before this time, in 2014, you knew that there were a group of people called junglers in this country.
Kabrin Janning in 2014 song, Yalo Neko Kafodo Bijay of me junglers.
I have been hearing black, but not junglers.
Meta memoila wala black mulu ka fenfulu dum barutumu mandali jongla stola.
Because when I came from UK, one of my officers who was the PIU officer before and transferred to the State House. The Solo Jiba. I think I was told that he's black. Yes. But I don't know of junglers until recently.
Mike.
As recent as 2014.
2014
But it was known that these black were committing crimes.
I don't know of the crime that they committed at the time until it's disclosed to me. But I know they are very rough. They have series of encounters with my officers at checkpoints.
But now
most of the time, officers at checkpoint will come and they these people just bang on their signboard and then drove off.
When you call
the army, because I always tell the commissioners to talk to the operation commander of the police, who will talk to the operation commander of the army, but they always say they are not under our control.
Ninko police la operation commander ye diamu soldier la operation commander ye ni commandiro ke wati won fanal ka fana ko nyilu mantarante lamaro ko to de.
So that's how they are.
Mo do le nyama nun.
Did they ever tell you under whose control they were?
They always say State House, but I want to believe that they are directly under General Baji and the former president.
State House but General Baji ni president
and you know, not by destroying the equipment you have on your checkpoints, they would have destroyed government property.
Police ko bakasul men landi mano kanje checkpoint ol to kawul tinya o mum kulati tinya la demi alon ko e masakunda la fengol tinya.
Of course, sometimes they don't even always stop in that, they open fire. That is for possible pursuit. Because when they know that, because sometimes when they are dealing in drugs and they reach the checkpoint, they will always open fire so that the police will fan back and they will run. Because that's our belief that they are onto drug peddling.
Katu nyimbono kalamu siyata hanu drug sira fenja ulu kataman lalu nibo sila faso kang ifitatanga mulu malanyato hana bukada nyina ko lanya nyintaki wala katinya ikakido bondi ka fay puli nyin kamala wayre ka nyimmi ko no mulu bebula le no maneke bayindi wodali no ya sabu ikawke pour ka boriyeta.
All three examples you have given are violations of the law.
Of course.
Have you ever caused these things to be investigated and prosecuted?
Answer, I did not.
Why?
You try to find out under whose command they are. You find it very tough to know who they are. So they are. I know they should be under the command of the CDS. But if the CDS, because as the IG, if you want to investigate anything, you have to let the CDS know and release that person to come. But if the CDS is saying they are not under my command, It's difficult to know.
Akakoleale pour que ñu mol ko no masata katu tumodo lu minga kal kumandiroke pour ka fa ñu molu laftale pour que je wala ke londi silo kan fereti je fonga akumo futandi CDS ma memu la kundon koti ni CDS fonga da ka foko ni lu mantara ntela kala koto mantara namaro koto silan ebe ku intilimo jumale la awole ko ko leyandi.
For me, those that are under my command, if there is any problem, I'll get them.
Were you afraid to investigate the state guards for the violations they have committed, not just of the law, but against your own people?
Hana manke nyinde pour luala karo kamadon bari ita famala do kulalla tango kam
I will not say I am afraid. What I want to believe is that I don't think I can.
Why?
If you want to wage a battle that you know you are going to lose, there is no need for you to wage a war.
So you
it is certain to me that if I request any of them, I may likely replace them.
You are afraid for your own self.
Not only for my own self, because I will give directives as the Inspector General of Police. Only give directives. But my directives are going to be carried by some people. And I don't want to subject those people to those type of harassment.
And no kanodila melu ba no masata la malafi woleta dum mantoro kono ni bulata ni mon la kono.
It was certain to me that they will not win that war. I have situations.
Why do you describe it as a war?
I think I'm just using that war thing because I'm just saying you cannot, if you know that you are not going to win a war, why wage a war?
I
know there will not be any success. And there's no need for me to go.
I am sure you chose your words very carefully. You're a seasoned police officer, also a lawyer. You use your words very carefully. You use the word war advisedly. No, you used it advisedly. I don't think that is what I said, but I cannot interpret what I said in my so we leave it at that. But you, in fact, you're just expressing the challenge involved and the difficulty involved in you doing your job during that time.
Yes, that's right.
And in fact, you did not do your job in that regard because you needed to preserve yourself and also your own safety and security and that of your men.
Yes, my concentration is more on my men. If you hit my men also, I react. I wouldn't mind going home. I wouldn't mind going home for that. Me, it's better not to than to go and then and get your people involved in a lot of things that you cannot get them out of.
hanni be mbayla wala fisanye ngam mo dolu dundi kole akono nte bondi no la dame.
For me, the issue here is more about the environment, the status quo that existed at the time. Where we had entities and forces that were not subjected to the law.
Definitely, there are entities that are above the law at that time. I personally had few of my officers detained at the NIA. One of them is a senior officer. He's a commissioner of police. I have to go personally. Find out. But what I was told is that they were investigating something. But they should have contacted me and then asked me, then if I want to hand over that person to them, I can hand over that person to them. But I don't know of the circumstances, no information, no nothing, and you pick them and they're with you.
Nin dañanta mari dile tellamu mba dile la lenu tumbo nata wala nyanta kala bari kuma man fonye imam bondi ku kalama imam saranna yewlu mutane ya anyama dola diate to nyeme.
This is the person of Commissioner Jata.
Wala kata moti ka fune Commissioner Jata
and the author of that listing Fakeba Dabo.
And mayo kaito sign ka fune Fakeba Dabo.
Then Fakeba was a superintendent.
Fakeba was superintendent leti.
On a forensic report that was filed against him by another police officer.
And when police do kula dole fanata kuma furi safia la koto do impru inyanta mutalamenka.
Tell me, Mr. Witness. Should a police complaint against a fellow policeman be a matter that should go to the NIA?
Poliso anyong poliso kusoro me anongo kole da maltema ainana kuota aya bole NIA fo nyan labang.
Amanyan kela.
It's wrong. In fact, to me, NIA should not handle any complaints.
I
was with the police when the special branch was on.
Police bring special branch. Special branch la Carola.
Special branch never operate like that.
Special branch
even among us, we don't know some of them. They operate clandestinely. Their duty was only to file their report, not to arrest. I don't know how this was changed. I want to also blame the lawmakers. Because they have gone to the extent of giving mandate to investigate to the NIA. From the degree to act of parliament. So that's the situation.
You would agree with me, you've mentioned earlier, that the investigations of the killing of the West African migrants was a government cover-up.
Well, when
facts are known now, it's a cover-up, definitely, by all circumstances.
But even that time, when this task force was set up, it was known that it was a cover-up, especially within the circles of police.
Probably it will be done by people who are here at the time and they know the facts. I don't know the facts. All the time. All I know is that some migrants were killed here. But the circumstances of their killing and the report that you read yesterday or just the day before yesterday, this was a big surprise because when you are going through the report, I was also watching and this is terrible.
Andu mulu la mutanya anina tefa nyami itela bua kalama wole birin kunun ko do kaito karan kanjang aketanyen tere makubati me yalon ko en nokuya.
I did not go through all the reports.
Atu kibaro lumunu be safia ko to mulu be karan.
I look at it as a report.
Nkaju be ko ni kibaro tinyanta mendundila.
I think I went through the introduction. But I had contact with this report in 2009.
Was 2009.
Okay. But, Mr. Witness, even those who participated in the earlier cover-up were part of your support team.
I only know about that when you read these things to me. I know they are all the people that are mentioned here are part of the task force, but when I look at this thing, I now reflect on the membership. But I think I'm the only person who was not here at the time.
Ya karanjalle men bebe task force ni ko lay bijele bari bitu wari utuma mantala banko kan biri ako wanyar taten non nata along ko ni lata nyama ni manu ba kono.
During these investigations, you had cause to ask for the diary of Bara.
I want to make clarification on that. There was no investigation as far as I'm concerned. My task is to make available certain documents to the UN team, UN ECOWAS team. Facilitate the conduct of their investigation.
But at this time you knew that Gambia government denied that more than 8 Ghanaians were arrested in this country.
But fokabula watola ye inkalamutala ko masakunda mbenu nya wolbalantala ko Ghanaian din say imemurajam.
As I said, I'm never aware of that. Well, all I know is that I know confirmed that 8 migrants were killed here. The denial aspect of it, I'm not opportune to see that. Probably I was not here at the time.
But you did say earlier that you knew that the government denied.
No, I said I knew that these Ghanaians were killed, and you went further to ask me whether I know the Ghanaians denied. I said I confirm that foreign nationals are killed here, and they are 8 in number, but the denial of the government, that I don't know.
Well, it is quite worrisome and shocking that you will be appointed to this position and you did not even know what the government position was.
Which position are you referring to?
Whether government accepted or denied.
My current position or my previous position?
Your previous position at the time as CMC appointed to this task force.
The government is a policy matter and then I'm on an operational side.
But you asked for the diary from Bara, correct?
I have to submit that to the diary.
Who asked you to submit it to the UN investigation?
It is said whatever they requested, that's what we should make available to them.
Yes.
Then I call back.
But who asked you to give them the diary? For Bara?
No, because I was the one coordinating, and I have no specific instruction as to do this, do this.
So you
believed that the diary from Bara would be necessary, correct?
Yeah, because I look at the Amnesty or the Martin Kerr's report, and he mentioned certain places, and I requested those diaries.
Well, Martin Kerry, ala dialogue no me damen fo. So I dinkiralu menu fo dali ya sabulata la ko dinkiralu ni ngolu momo kunya tatala safari ni la ko to jele wala no dari lu kanu.
So who did you ask for the diary for Bara?
I tried to find out from Bara station as to whether the diary of that date is available, and I was referred to Jawara Demba. Then Jawara Demba said, let me ask Babukar Ba. I called Babukar Ba, he came to my office.
Didn't you find it odd that you would ask all these people and they would still continue to refer you to some other people?
Legal counsel ka fo nyinte kele fe ka kuti puruka ibe sounding na ka fo kari nyininka
Of course.
What did it raise in your mind?
What raised my why they for me I think they are just shifting responsibilities to each other.
Ndila mira roto amonda be dunonye sounding kan ka la nyokan.
That's at that time.
But why?
Well, I may not know the reason at that time. But now I know the reason.
During that time, you called Ba. And what was the conversation?
I came to my office and I asked him about the diary. And he said, sir, this diary was requested by the Honorable Minister of Interior some years ago. And it should be with him.
At this stage, what was your reason for wanting the Bara diary?
For me, I think it's going to be, because it's mentioned. I only rely on because the complaint must have come from either Amnesty International or Martin Kerry. So I went to Martin Kerry's extract of his statement from the Amnesty International.
But why was the diary relevant? I am sure Martin Kerry would not tell you about the diary in Bara. Why was the diary relevant? As far as you concerned. Don't overlap.
Yes. I thought at that time this is going to be one of the issues, because if they are coming to investigate, it's obvious that they will reach to all these places or they request diaries of that.
ngani interajene walla sike Amnesty International la kanindroti bari nata je ko to min mulu nata ila sula dalu ani nyanta futa la damenuto o better la kodu kono le pour isiki ila kisikisiro nyanta futa la damenuto.
But my question really is, of all documents that can potentially be at the police station, why did you specifically request for the diary?
Kaito membeme alonko lebe tara police station. Mune asabu al diary nyimfan kaning.
I did not only request for the diary, I request for an investigation report on the matter.
Man diary nyinda man kaninde. Hani kisikisi ko lumenu keta ko nyimto wo fanan akaito lume kaninde.
But still the question is, why would you want the diary to be brought? What is the specific significance of the diary?
Because this is not recent diaries. And if I allow the investigators to come up on the ground, it may take a reasonable time because they are only here for, I don't know, 4 days.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. The point is, what is the significance of the diary to this investigation?
Because I have that belief that some of the activities concerning the missing persons will be in the diaries.
Lata nyela ko nin kisikisirla nata jang nin man diary nyin kanin juna nin fata jang pour kana diary kanin nota be melale adu nata la nyin fana ko nin mo ko be blonna woto nyin mo men yemanta ten akata wato min wairi ila ko flota barala woto ila ko be terne safari barala diary le kama wala nan sunata diary la.
Okay, did you see the diary eventually?
The diary was produced and an extract was made for me for that period.
Nata diary nyim bondile adu nte sunata damen na diary nyim kono no bondi akono le tumo.
Where is that extract?
It was presented because I just want to, but if you want me to.
Go ahead.
Yes. What happened is that when Ba told me that it's with the Honorable Minister, I consulted the IG, Esabaji. But we are together. I'm not quite sure who among us called the former minister. It could either myself or Esabaji. And his response is that you check with Numokujabi. Then that's how we stopped. Later on in the day, Munumo came and told me that did you ask the minister about the file? Yes. About the diary? I said yes. Do you want to make extract? But I think it was in a safe custody with him. And he made extract for me. I kept that. That is just a day or two before the arrival of the team. So I wanted to submit it on their very day. But they never requested for it. I kept it with me until finally when they completed their distance. And then I submitted it to them upon their request.
Did the diary contain any information? The diary from Bara, did it contain any information about the West African migrant?
Diary nying kono fo ay fem fudu jere me alon ko be su joni nying Africa tili jindala banku dingo mon la kula ba.
Me, the activities that I thought would have been in that diary were not there.
Ntela miro to na mira min kulu min nyanta tarlaw diary kono imantaraji.
So what information did you glean from that? What conclusion did you draw from that?
Well, I don't know. If you don't know what had happened, it's going to be difficult because to know whether all these names or whatever should be there. Because I was not here. But all that I know is that from Martin's statement, he made mention of Bara. It is important they were arrested and taken to Bara police station.
ayre woto mo mukuliti men mande tara jang woto fana hakkilo borto ni kanko ayre martin la kuma kango to ay nyim foko biri muta samba bara police cordale to so wala nan hakkilo je muta ko janta tallaw kayto ko buko kono ne.
Mr. Chair, perhaps this is a convenient time to stop for lunch break.
Fine, my council, yes, we would do that, but I want to hold off a little bit on the granting of your request concerning Exhibit 207A. I think we would need a bit more explanation on the genesis of that document. There are only two things clear to me at the moment, and one is a witness saying here that he requested this document, and the second is Fakeba Davos signature on the document dated 22nd March 2017. The document is got quite a few interpreters. Don't worry about this. This is between counsel and myself and the witness. The document has 10 investigations summarized to a certain extent. A summary of that one. Each one has got 3 subsections. One dealing with the description of the investigation itself, that is summarized. The other one dealing with a list of suspects that are in custody, and then the third section dealing with suspects that are at large. One example is the one dealing with the 2 Gambian Americans, and you have a description of the investigation itself. And the second category, those who are in custody, about 3 of them. And then the last one, suspects at large, has 10 individuals mentioned there. On top of that list is former President Yahya Jammeh. I think we would need a bit of explanation on what this document is before we admit it. And I think I'm aware, Council, when you said if it is accepted, that conditional thing, I suspect you are probably on the same page. So we'll come back to that. And in the meantime, if the witness could just prepare himself to just explain, give us a bit more background on that document before we admit or grant its inclusion in the exhibit. We will take
thank you very much. I will also want to, because this is, I lose my own copy, and I asked the investigators to send me another copy. It is in their file, they send it. That's why it appears to be, the papers appears to be new. They made a photocopy for me. But I also want to, if the information could be photocopied so that I have a copy.
Yeah, it is a bit convoluted, but we will clear that up, and if you can give us a bit of background before we admit it to our list. Council, we will come back to this, and I will come back to you on the question of granting its inclusion.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We will take a break and then come back at 3 o'clock. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you all very much. Welcome back from the lunch break. Council, shall we continue if you're ready, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The witness is being brought in.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Welcome back. I hope you have had a good lunch.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Yes. The chair wanted you to further dilate on the importance of or the relevance of the document I have just handed you back. The report on the initial jungler investigations or investigations into jungler activities.
Report men dita follow ke wadi follow in the jungler la taman ribulo in tama in Kenya.
This is very important. What we did first was to make a public announcement. All those that are affected one way or the other to come to the police.
Affected by what?
Affected by the Yaya Jammeh regime. Either killed, detained unlawfully. And those that are missing. So a lot of people, family members came to the headquarters. Because the announcement reached, they should report to the Inspector General of Police. And whenever they come to me, I will refer them to the CMC. Where a panel was formed. Look into all the missing, killed, or other category of people who are affected. As the complaint comes in, we decided to get the people that we suspected must have been responsible. Then I informed the CDS, make available all the junglers to us. And the military police started rounding them, arresting them. Escorting them to the police headquarters. We started the investigation. I did not take part in the investigation. But I took time to go there, especially when the 4 persons were arrested. I listened to their revelations. I was very shocked. And I could not stay further. I've asked them to be giving me intermittent report. This document is one of the reports.
I
want to believe that there are reports before this.
Because on
a daily basis, I inquire from them as to the state of the matter. My worry was they will not escape. But unfortunately, some of them escaped. I will not blame the investigators, neither the military at the time. Because all these junglers knew at the time that the moment Yajame's government is over, they don't have place in this country. That is the information I want to share.
Mr. Chair, I think this has some great significance in the sense that it shows awareness just after Yahya Jammeh that he had a group of people who were committing violations for him, and that some investigations were carried out, and that this is just a preliminary laundry list of some of the dirty work that they did for him.
Yeah, ko legal counsel ya fanya min kuma ya tabake kafoko ya jamme wato men alaba wato banta nyim bankun kan kuma ya ta iteliyo gulo men ke wato la adun min safeta ten nin kum nyino mu kayti folonu ti men ya lon ko de data nyum mol la kola pour be do ko lorul nin tilimbal ya men ke kan nyim bankun kan nun pour akosi wanyari ay lankenema.
Thank you, Counsel, and thank you, witness, very much for this explanation.
Chairman, legal counsel Numbara, I selu Numbara, I knew Senandro Menketeng.
It's the first time, at least I'm seeing, in a single document, Counsel said laundry list of investigations undertaken. I don't know if this is a comprehensive list, but I want to take you through it, investigation after investigation.
Between legal counsel Numbara, Kaito Nakokama, legal counsel Yafunyami, laundry list, Kaito me along Kumulu Baba, like Kumuru Wilkanu, Purka Kulu, Lankanama Kesenandi, but between Kaito that aluminum Kaiti Fulu to me along Blue Lata can Umula Kokarola, and Chairman Kabalafale, Lera Lera, Ibabu, Nomala, Purka, Lankanama Kajubu, Membiji.
I don't want posterity to wonder what really was the fate of each of these investigations, so we will go through it.
Akama la fisinin samo moli ya merewa mune ketamu ni kuoto ni kisikisironto wala na alafita purka anoma sata lera ni lera puru abesi lankinema ay koi kokundimba kokono molu salon ya fahamu isaje sinin so molu tina jakali kusoton na akuoto.
And I will just ask you one quick question on each of those as we go through it very quickly. I don't want to take Counsel's time. There's questioning with you.
Ako abe nyinin kar kilin kala ku kundin na kunto kato amalla fi council la wati bata la ku nyinto alaftal ron puru na nyinin karo ke ku kundin na wala ya lan kelma ya senendi memem ba ku nyin koto.
I believe there is no reference in the list to the investigation that Malamin Sise was briefing us on yesterday. I didn't see anything there. Maybe I went through it very quickly.
Akama kujije meya nkole kala Malamin Sise la sata rote kunu membije ama amira chodir bije kabo nyin kaito bala mensi ukulu itandi wala ka ukulu chodi mentilinta ukulu lanyala ko kunu Malamin Sise be sata ro menke kan.
Sata ro fan Abidjan is here.
Is it there?
Abidjan
Counsel, you have a copy? Oh.
No, we have only one copy. If I may help, Mr. Chair. Sure. The investigations have seen, we have seen this document before. And
this one that he has in front of it?
Yes, because we took over the police files of the junglers. And this was just the initial report showing some of the alleged activities of the junglers. I think they pretty much confessed to everything that is in it. And it formed the initial basis for our investigations into the activities of the junglers. And indeed, true to form, they confessed to all these crimes that are in this document before this commission.
Okay. With all the positions that the minister is held in the government, I still think for the record, it might be a good idea to go through each one of those, ask him the question, was this in his view, in the light of the background that he's bringing to us here,
Indeed.
the view that this was a fabricated investigation, or was it an authentic investigation? I want to have him on record on each of those ones that he's just presented.
That's right. Just a little bit of context.
Sure.
This was prepared post-Jame.
Yes, indeed.
And it was the Jame killers who were brought to draw a laundry list of or to identify the linen of their laundry list, pretty much, identify all the terrible crimes that they had committed on behalf of Jame. And that is what is contained in this list. Of course, this list comes with a file, a set of files, comprising of all the investigations that have been done with regard to each of those violations. Yeah. So in it, of course, you may see the Ghanaians, the killing of the Ghanaians. You may see the killing of
Americans.
The 2 Americans, which we talked about yesterday, and other violations like Sol Ndauma Hawacham, I want to believe. So it's just a list of all those violations that had occurred or that were carried out by the junglers. And many of which we have dealt with already in the commission.
Okay, we'll do it very quickly on that one. Can you go to investigation A, which is to Gambian Americans? Yes, that's the first one of the 10 that you have on that list.
May I briefly give you the brief story?
No, I don't need you to read the whole thing. We just give the title, a brief on the description of the investigation that's been undertaken, and then we move on to B as well. So I said I would ask you each time whether or not what the outcome of that investigation was, or was it a fabricated investigation. This is all just for the record.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
During the course of the investigation, it was revealed that in June 2013,
you don't need to read it, and just give us the highlights of investigation A.
Oh, what is that one? It is not an investigative report. It's a summary of activities that are, because they brought suspects, and then each identifying the atrocities that you've committed.
Ye molle nati meni alonko briye nati sobokata menula kliwo klim barata kujawul menla famale asata.
This enables us to at least prepare us for the broader investigation. By the number of them, when they are called, they confess to their crimes. And they will also reveal crimes committed by others. So here we attempt to identify those that are killed and those that are responsible for those killings.
Janka men kata drongolem ka kata ye men fa amin jumanyele ye fa.
That's the document that I have with me. It's not a comprehensive investigation report.
I know it's not a comprehensive report or a report from the investigation. It's a summary of what investigations had been undertaken. Isn't that correct?
Munta chairman kan yin ka walam dron kibaro mun bakato ko walam italla kisikisiro ka kumben tarin ke dron amunta wala da data yin kaito bala.
Here they did not summarize the facts, but only the people responsible for those crimes and the suspects in custody.
Jawo barul men ke tay molu fo bitul molu men yalon ko ibe mutokono ye mutamelna anin itelu barata men wala men kaito bala.
Like in the case of the 2 Americans,
yes,
there were 3 persons in custody at the time.
ko abe kala tumo men mo saba wolle be muto ko men ya lon ko ye tunu ko Gambia din fulul mun nata ke American luti wo American fulul la ko Kenya men ba ko akono yo mo sabol be muto ko lo tumo.
The investigation found the other 10 liable.
And kisikisiro kono inata mo tam fananje men ya lon ko inota ko kono.
Starting from the former president, yes.
Suspects, yes. Yeah, but you see, I think you're doing exactly what I think should be on the record. And fine, let's go ahead. You've just given it for that one. Was it a bona fide investigation, would you say?
These are genuine facts that are obtained from the those that are responsible for committing those crimes.
What was the outcome?
The outcome, that's why the council is saying the file and everything was later handed over to this commission for further investigation. We did not complete everything, but all statements, most of the statements were obtained, and then some are in the run at that time. So the whole file was handed over to the commission.
Fine, we're not taking too much time, just wanted to lay down the rules and then we would have gone very, very quickly. But that doesn't seem to be clear.
It's just to prepare whoever is...
Yeah. What is B?
B?
Which investigation is that one?
Nyasi.
Nyasi?
Yes. Nyasi, and then 3...
what was the outcome of that investigation?
All these investigations, as I said, Chairman, they were not completed at the time of handing over, because there are quite a number of them are confessional statements, and then we only compile them and hand over to the commission, because these are people already in the custody of the military, and then just for the commission to continue with.
Fine.
them.
I won't take any more of time on that one. Fine. If you just give the document back to council and then we'll look at it, council, towards the end of the day, if I can give you the answer to your request.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
And it is being brought in mainly to show that soon after Jammeh fell, what could not have been done during his time was immediately done. He could not have investigated the activities of the black or the junglers during Jammeh's time. Like they were committing violations even against the police, but he believed that he could not do anything about it at the time. It would have been self-sacrifice and sacrifice of his men to do something about it. But soon, immediately Jammeh fell, that's the first thing they did. That is set up a panel to investigate the activities of the junglers, and this was just one of the preliminary reports. And this commission of inquiry benefited tremendously from the work of the police just immediately after Jammeh, because there they had recorded lots of confessions by the junglers, and we used that as a basis to call them before the commission to testify.
Fine, this is very helpful indeed. Can you just read the list of junglers that you have in the very, very first paragraph of that document? Who are they?
We have General Suleiman Baji, General Bora Koli, Lieutenant Colonel Sanamanjang, Lieutenant Kausu Kamara, Lieutenant Colonel Landin Tamba, because these are all possibly, but then some of them are not responsible for anything in the...
No, I know, but you've given us a list.
We believe that they are possibly junglers.
Maybe interpreters, you can start. Major you need only 3 and the interpreters can...
Major Tumbul Tamba.
Abe menu for kanteng, wole moluti menu tolu safe ko. Alhaketo. Nyino moluti menu ka ofenfulu do me ka fo black anata laban ka fo menu junglers. Aka wole tolu foten wotembo tan la kisikisiro ye menu tolu soton. Abon le karan kanteng.
Start with the Suleiman Baji that you have.
General Suleiman Baji.
Menu bije wole General Suleiman Baji.
General Bora Koli.
General Bora Koli.
Lieutenant Colonel Sanamanjang.
Lieutenant Colonel Sanamanjang.
Lieutenant Kausu Kamara.
Lieutenant Kausu Kamara.
Alias Bombardier.
Dul Kafume Bombardier.
Lieutenant Colonel Landin Tamba.
Lieutenant Colonel Landin Tamba.
Lieutenant Colonel Solo Bojang.
Lieutenant Colonel Solo Bojang.
Major Tumbul Tamba,
Major Tumbul Tamba,
Major Nuha Baji,
Major Nuha Baji,
Major Momodu Jaju,
Major Momodu Jaji Dulka Fai Rambo,
Major Musa Jamme,
Major Musa Jamme,
Captain Mustafa Sane,
Captain Mustafa Sane,
Captain Michael Jata,
Captain Michael Jata,
Lieutenant Malik Jata,
Lieutenant Malik Jata,
Lieutenant Michael Sankoria,
Lieutenant Michael Sankoria,
WO1 Fansu Nyabali,
WO1 Fansu Nyabali,
WO1 Modu Buso,
WO1 Modu Buso,
WO2 Ablai Jallo,
WO2 Ablai Jallo,
WO1 Pa Usman Sane,
WO1 Pa Usman Sane,
WO2 Malik Manga,
WO2 Malik Manga,
WO2 Lamin Sambu,
WO2 Lamin Sambu,
Staff Sergeant Malafikor,
Staff Sergeant Malafikor,
Staff Sergeant Lamin Baji,
Staff Sergeant Lamin Baji,
Staff Sergeant Mamodu Baji,
Staff Sergeant Mamodu Baji,
Staff Sergeant Suleiman Sambu,
Staff Sergeant Suleiman Sambu,
Staff Sergeant Omar A. Jallo,
Staff Sergeant Omar A. Jallo,
Sergeant Seku Bajaju,
Sergeant Seku Bajaju,
WO1 Ismaila Jamme,
WO1 Ismaila Jamme,
WO1 Aliu Jeng.
WO1 Aliu Jeng.
These are the first list that we have. Our evidence did not connect quite some of them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Council, and sorry, Minister, to make you go through this, but we needed to get something clear for our records.
No,
Council, you may continue, please.
I think that's what you just did is quite important. It just reminds everybody who these junglers are. But some of the names read out are in fact names of people who died.
Yes.
So we just saw that this was very, very preliminary. As the moment Jammeh fell, the whereabouts of some of those mentioned in the document was still not known. It's this commission of inquiry which really brought out the facts that these people have died, the likes of Mandafikor, for instance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue. Minister, I'm terribly sorry, as I said, to bring a minister in here and then make him go through reading.
I also want to add that some of the ones that are at large,
Minister Kabela Flagin Lafala Jil, many along Bortai the money.
we obtain a warrant for their arrest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very helpful indeed.
And Mr. Chair, would you want to add the document to the record, or?
Yes.
Okay, so
it should be. Let me see it, and then I'll give you the answer your request for inclusion.
Thank you very much.
I need just one more look.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Witness.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. In 2005.
2005 sango kono.
Sorry, rather in 2008.
Hakatu 2008 sango kono.
When this group special task force was set up,
special task force
you said your role was to help provide the materials.
Yes, to facilitate their investigation.
As a result of that, you requested for the diaries.
Yes.
And you said the diary for Bara, they did not request it. But you provided it to us at the end of the investigation. Do you realize? In fact, I have here a correspondence by the fact-finding mission. From their offices in Abuja, Nigeria. And sent to Usman Sonko. The IGP.
It's dated 12 December.
Le kayito ni December karotil tang aning fulalam ya safe.
I am showing it to the chair first. Mr. Chair, we had received a file, one of the files seized from the NIA. These documents are from that batch. And you will recall that we had exhibited the complete list of files early on in the investigations. So these documents are from that set. So we may need to exhibit them individually. So they are not necessarily connected to the witness directly, but he should be able to comment on them because he assisted in that investigations. I am wish to show him this document to show that the investigators commented on the materials they received, but they did not comment on the diary from Bara, which shows quite clearly that either they did not receive that diary or that it did not contain any relevant information, both of which is quite important for us here. So that's why I want to show him that document. I had showed it to him before so that he could read it and have a feel of what it says. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council. That's noted. Give it back.
And Exhibit 207 is also from that same file, from the file on the Ghanaians that was kept by the NIA.
The NIA did not give you that document voluntarily, when you use the word seized on them.
No. Remember, Mr. Chair, you signed a search and seizure warrant.
Yes, I did.
On the basis of that, we secured a cache of documents from the NIA.
Fine, that's good.
Yes, Mr. Witness, take a look at the document.
Yes, I'm just going through it. I want to make a comment before going further. You make two options, you projected two options. It's either the...
Perhaps, Mr. Honorable Minister, before we get to my observations, let's establish the nature and type of document and where it emanates from.
Janimbe na korosiro nyin suriya follow saying sabatindi follow nyin munkaiti zifalem anu abaraminto membe bulu.
This document originates from ECOWAS, UN ECOWAS fact-finding mission.
United Nations and ECOWAS la tonya nyin do kula lebulu.
Based in where?
Abuja sate to Nigeria Bangkok.
And it was addressed to Honorable Usman Sonko.
And ya kimme ye to bendi jawlam Honorable Usman Sonko.
Secretary of State for Interior, not Inspector General of Police at the time. That's why I want to rectify.
Utumo ateno Secretary of State Minister Marta Bangkok kunyala bari utembo amanke IGPT.
Yes.
And it's making reference to certain information that they want to be made available to them.
And the men can so not a kibar dolela me yalonko nyanta wo kibaro sotonnale.
You would agree that I had provided this document to you earlier to take a look at, correct?
Yes. And
you would agree that the document made reference of Bara, but it does not say anything about the migrants having been arrested and detained in Bara, correct?
That is correct.
You would also notice that it has discussed the diaries of the various stations that were provided to them.
no hani kabi tentenda ko ka kuno fanu ka kacha diary me yan ko police station me yan ko yolle diary soto e men detail la.
But you would agree that the Bara diary has not been mentioned.
Bari be sonna manina la ko bara la diary nyingi mo la kuma foje.
That's correct.
So the Bara diary has not been mentioned.
Mun da bara la diary tumalamen na man foto man foje.
And the critical fact
Nanu tonya keso menti
of the arrest and detention
mutaro ani sindike sindikla killing
and the number of migrants
ani o tamalal me alon ko yirko be
having been arrested and detained in Bara was also not mentioned.
e mutake sindikla killing bara je o fanan mo yitandije.
Don't you find that odd?
Fay maje ko on kumulu njawolde ba.
And it's very odd, as you said, the possibility is that it's either it's not submitted to them or they have not. But then what I can confirm to this commission here is that the extract of all the diaries were submitted to them. Probably the information is not available in the diary of Bara. Personally, I've not seen much activities in the Bara mentioning the Ghanaians.
Bito anga nataka nyum fananti ko man kuluje men ya lon ko wolle denta ni wuday la ko la nyum ndawlu ila ko keta nyamin Bara maje safarin Bara la diary
with the extract that was handed over to me.
Ami kayto ni mon dintela.
Thank you very much. Let's take this step by step. The extract you received, did it contain the list of names of Ghanaians apprehended?
I did not, I don't think, but I also packed them, all the information that were required from all the stations, then I stapled them and then hand over. But I did not physically go through most of those things because my task at the time was to make these documents available. And when I asked about the diaries, the extracts were made and given to me, and that's what I handed over to the investigators.
wala nyinti do na fere ke ngi kayto ka fu nyoma na dila wala na mandum kayto lu ngi kono pour ka karang ay koy na menni men bije benu ditan tan tan lu be ka fu nyoma ne ngam simuta nga ay be denyo bala pour ñin kamala ci tara ñoo bala bitu ne denyo bala yonon ten ngawli ci kana di keskesir la ko italia kaninte bu ñami.
I cannot remember seeing a list.
Adun hakilo manyi muta ko kayto bije dama yalan ko molle to be safari na bala
and this is precisely the point, Mr. You are a seasoned investigator. You are a lawyer. You know how station diaries are kept. It should be a list of the activities that occur at the police station. Correct?
Of course.
The information about the existence in Bara, if that was reported to the police station, it ought to have been written, correct? If you answer out of turn,
okay,
it will not be showed on the screen.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
That's yes.
The departure of the police officers from Bara station to the site to verify the information or the complaint they receive also ought to have been recorded in the diary.
Police labo kabo police station do kata dingirato ye kibaro men dila ko nyimol do ndame do fana nyana kala kula me ala ko janni be wala police station do fana nyana kala kula me an ko nyanna safira diary nyi kono fon.
Diary is a register that takes care of all the activities of police officer and even handling of exhibits and other things.
diary mu fenneti dame yalon ko fen na tamata o police station ko la akono ku ke ta lomba keta ko kundinti tel men no satala abenyanta safela o kitabo le kono hanini kule me yalon ko la be fenne cikala ka di fenne wala fembe sawna ka bulu kata bulu o benyanta safela o buko le kono.
Fantastic.
Inyata.
So the departure of the police officers from the station to go and visit the location where these migrants were also should have been recorded.
Oto amunda nyinna la ko police la bo police station o katani dingira do me alon ko nyimmole kibaro so ko nyimmole be o dame do woni tamalati o fana nyana kala kula de me alon ko nyana safara dairi nyi kono.
So yes, as I said earlier, every activity at the police station.
I know.
Council kuwa funi ya comment ni yenu. Kuwa kunna tamata police station to janyanta tala ubuko kono.
I am asking these questions for an important purpose.
Be nyini karo nyini kan kula la dalila kumalla la.
The return of police officers to the stations with migrants arrested also should have been recorded.
Police will find no murunga kabona ni dingira ni ni tamala kabri murunga na police station ofana kenya na kala kula de ko nyana safela daire ni kono.
It should have been recorded.
Anyanta safela nu.
And the names of those people who have been arrested and brought to the station should have been recorded.
Omo muda mul fana me yaron ko ye muda na ye nati police station ol fana to nyana safela daire ni kono le fo.
Yes.
And the transfer of those arrested from the station into the cells also should have been recorded.
And wo muda mul fana ni be sound la kabo police station ke ndi selo ni fana ngoro fana nyana kala kula de me yaron ko fana nyana safela daire.
Answer yes.
Council mutu nyanti.
And their release from Bara police station to any other authority should also have been recorded.
Andung ila kebula fana kabo Bara police station kadi hanna be dila momo kantilo fana nyana kala kula de me yaron ko nyana safela le fana.
Answer that's right. That's correct.
Council mutu nyanti.
And the names of those released to other authorities also should have been recorded.
Bula umul fana me yaron ko ye bula de ke kabonde o police station do ki police station ke diu ko kantio do la me be dila me no fana nyana kala kula de me yaron ko be safela
That's
daire.
correct.
Mutu nyanti.
You would agree that that would have meant a number of entries all centered around these people who were arrested in Bara.
Ndu be sanna manyin la ko nyin ko be ni araketa o anyama na be abe sugila ni molle me yaron ko ye muta Bara la o fanna lanu police station.
Well.
And those entries would have established a coherent narrative of the interaction between the police and those apprehended, including the informants.
Andu ibajela woto ko ni o safiro kita nyama tilinta o be nyina choki nyolo tilindi wala dila o police ol menni e muta aniya o muta mole mendu muta anun kibar dila nyim fana ngabere ha ko nyim tilindi la wol
Correct, Council.
Mutu nyanti council.
And that would have also clearly established the story of how these migrants came into the custody of the Gambia government.
Ando fana bina isabatin le tariko la tarika sabatin no bina sorno la nyimuta molni natana soto akeno nyaari la fay natana tara Gambia masa kundala maro.
That's correct, Council.
Mutu nyanti council.
And you would agree that with these entries in hand, it would not have been possible for the Gambia government to deny having custody or having had custody of these people.
Andu ibajela wo safiro nyindo ni o keta atakeno la masa kundame binu nja atakeno le bulu nyala me ango puri ya balan ka fo ko nyimol tamandre la maro ko.
That's correct.
You would agree. I just want to show you something.
Lefta fenda itandi lela.
with all these facts, if this diary was given to the Ghanaians, or to the UN fact-finding mission, they would have known that over 50 West African migrants were apprehended in Gambia, correct? I will read out a paragraph from this report. The investigators received a letter from the Gambia government sent by Lamin Kababajo, and this is what it says. Following preliminary investigations, it came to light that the group had fallen victim of unscrupulous human traffickers who had taken monies from them to Europe. Consequently, the group was cautioned and released on humanitarian grounds. That is a blatant lie.
Of course, with the facts that are available now, it's a lie and then it's a cover-up.
Tonya sebe ko min finita sign tonya no min banketa ni yin kuma kan lujubi kuma kan fanya final le mun kuma kan ludi.
And also, if the UN was given the diary, that too would have showed that this is a lie.
I want to rectify that this thing. If the UN were given the correct diary.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
Because I made an extract of the diary that I believe were all genuine and hand over to them. That
diary was falsified.
Yeah, I only come to know that when Jawara Demba and Pa testified before this commission.
We have received information that this was common knowledge at the police. When at the time you were CMC.
As I said, Council, I know that something has happened in this country, but nobody talks about it. So I have never even discussed or asked anybody about it.
But the insiders did discuss it.
I mean, yeah, because those who knows the fact, definitely they will discuss about it. This is somebody who just come and something happened, is absent. It's not my duty at that time to make my own findings. I may get myself into a serious problem, even though I know there is likelihood of foul play.
Katu kuwa kata mimi nyala wolu foya sata bari nite na tadro ite lunta ma ibunta kuoni kono ikoda kuoni no sata la asikeno ya fandu ndi ku balo kono wala idun ku kono ifo na menkala ngolo wala lilo le asabu.
I could have refrained from even participating in this if I knew the fact that I know now. If I know them before, I would definitely find ways to evade or escape being part of that task force.
Kato kuomena lon sign. No na tumo nina lo mungo tembo. Nde fawbe fero lukelale anenka tarambulo lutamemba kendila ko. Wo kafo me ye tombo wo ya task force ndate tarlaje.
But I thought I was doing a duty.
But nani mire no tumo ko mbedo ko le kekan.
Mr. Witness,
sedo
whose responsibility it is to keep the station diary?
juma mujo mujumala kan lon ko to duno de burka nyen diary ta ka muta ka ma
Is the station officer.
Memmarta station wala station officer wala nyanta mabola.
When you asked for the diary, what were you told?
birite kan indro ga nyen diary la yemuna foye
That I was told that it should Ba, and Ba said it should Sonko.
Na biro nyin karo ke
He handed that diary to Usman Sonko.
na ba ko na ba nyin ka ba ko ay diary di Usman Sonko lela.
What position did Usman Sonko hold when he was given the diary?
Usman Sonko biri be diary di la mum palace de babulu
I think because I was not here when he was appointed the IG, but I want to believe that he was IG. I never met him as an IG.
Nte lafta la ko o be kala tumu men atelom IGT ba tala o palaso to tumu men tati jande aduna ta tumu men fala mata o palaso to bare atelom IGT o tumu.
And as at the time these investigations were happening, the time you were asking for the IG, what position did he hold?
and wado men nyin kiskisiro be kala ando be nyini karo kala IG la mum
He was the Minister of Interior.
Atelom minister ti men marta banko kan kunyalla.
If you were told
ninga dara yenyin foye
that this person had the diary,
ko nyin mari nyin diary batale bulu
would that evoke some questions in your mind?
Usually, if occurrence happened that requires some investigation, IGP will always want to see the diary itself and go through it. But normally, it has to be returned back to the police station.
Nin kuketa me yalon ko kukumalom andun IG nyanta kulon na wokoto ayi nyanto soto la purka odari kanin aya jube membe je menketa men dunta dayari nyin kono bari na pareta bala anyanta murundi la police station oto.
Sometimes it's the other way around, that the IGP will move to the station and inspect the diary.
Modo la ka Kenya do nyale ma IGP fonsi wuli ayta station oto kata diary nyin jibe.
When I was the IG, that's what I normally do. I go to almost every station within the greater Banjul. Inspecting their diaries. Where I need to make a comment, I will make a comment.
That is good policing. All right? For the person who's not hiding anything. But to collect the diaries from the station and to keep them and to provide you an extract when the investigations are ongoing smacks of
kanana kibaru bondi o kibaru nyingono wato menda kisirlal sulata o diary la
nothing sort of cover up
fento ko manama ke mabo
an intention to hide things. You agree?
Definitely. Because this is, I will call this letter from the ECOWAS. You know, we have never seen that.
Well, it was sent to the minister. So
yeah,
yes. But the fact that you did not receive the diary from the correct source really stinks of massive irregularity.
Of course.
We were told that the cover-up by the Gambia government was not limited to just those people. Even those who asked questions were asked to mind their own business. Are you aware of that?
I am not.
But let's look at the statement by Ba. Ba suggested that
He told you.
Ko akoyne ko.
That this issue is very complicated.
That's not true.
And he said you told him that the UN people were received at the airport, they were given alcohol and women, and they did not investigate, they left.
Don't be surprised that somebody from this commission again will say the commission members were given alcohol, and if you can believe in that, then it's obvious that but what I want to confirm here, Ba is a terrible liar. And these are people that personally I honor very well. And they are very respectable.
But of course, you know, Mr. Witness, we would interrogate this issue, we would question it, and so as to give the commissioners the opportunity to be able to determine, to discern the truth from falsehood, as the learned bishop would always pray for.
I have the Quran here. I'm taking ablution.
Mr. Witness, let me also remind you that a lot of people have sat there and done the same theatrics and they lied.
I will never lie to this commission.
I trust you wouldn't, but nonetheless the questions would have to be asked.
I was seriously disturbed when, because I'm somebody who, the moment you lie, naturally, I don't like. Everybody who is very close to me knows that.
Tell us what you discussed with Ba.
It was a very short thing. I only inquired from him as to the whereabouts of the file. That Jawara, I was informed that you have knowledge about the file. And he says please hand over that file to the NIG. In 2005. I said, okay, you can go. If I need to call you back, I will call you. And for him to say,
just a moment. You discussed nothing else?
Nothing.
Not anything else, not a word more?
Not a word, just go. When I need you, I will call you.
But the shocking thing here, Mr. Witness, is that he knew about the presence or the trip of the UN.
Well, I don't know, because because he knew. Probably they know that the UN is coming. But what I told him is that I only find out from him the whereabouts of the file.
Let
me just clear that point. It could not be possible for me to say that we give them the listing, because then they have not even arrived.
No, but just hear me out. Just hear me out. I see that particular issue. Because the way this guy made it to sound is not that you asked for the diary from him before they arrived. I think he seems to suggest that he was asked of the diary afterwards, after they arrived. And that is plausible because the Ghanaians, the UN was asking for more information.
Because I checked that. I made a deliberate effort to check that. So his allegation is still plausible.
The second request that we are showing, this is the second request. This has never reached to the task force.
Well, you could be asked to provide more materials by
I never asked.
by the IGP.
No, that was the end of when we submitted these things and they're gone. I have never been asked about anything about these Ghanaians.
Okay, but let's just continue to interrogate this so that the commission would have the basis to arrive at a conclusion. You see, it also happened that coincidentally, another member, sorry, before that, Ba needed to have had knowledge that you were involved with the UN. And he would not have had that knowledge if he was not informed by somebody who knows about this. You agree with that?
Yes, I'm sure he must have been informed, but I don't know.
But he said you informed him.
No.
He knows it from you.
No, I cannot remember informing him. All I need from him, in fact, this is somebody that I don't see for almost several years.
But that is neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right? And the thing is, this man also mentioned meeting Fali Jabang in your office. Correct?
Well, I'm not sure of that, but Fali is part of the team. But if Fali was there, then, in his testimony, he said, I spoke to him when Fali was out.
But Fali came back inside.
I cannot remember
and
talking to Ba in the presence of anybody. I will not dispel the fact that when he was going out of my office, he must have met Jaban, because then was the starting point for our facilitation.
As he came, abe fintila na office kono tumomen, and Jaban bent out to katu tembo na keta kolu damu tabulati men keta na kisikisi roti.
But the fact that he said, I said, these people are going to be given alcohol, and that is not right, and he needs to apologize to the UN staff for that.
Kafuko ntakaino ko dolole dita UN la lukula la nimusolu womanke tonyati aduna nyanta UN la mulu bolo sayna wolale.
Well, that statement, Mr.
I don't
Witness,
personally associate myself to anything alcohol.
Mr. Witness, that may be patronizing to the UN. I recall, as the leader of the Darfur investigations, I went to the Sudan, and top Sudanese officials, some of them are imams, gave us alcohol. Of course, in the delegation were people who drink alcohol, mean anything. So the fact that one has particular values does not necessarily show that these things do not happen.
Why the need for me to tell a subordinate officer of his rank what I intend to do or what I did? What's the relevance of
Palas indimule tinte duma. Muna nante nani fulawe konyanta nyinekela.
With him and the UN and the job that I'm doing.
Muna nante ntela kumu fulate nteni UN temo amin doko mente ba kekal.
These are rhetorical questions, Mr. Witness. Perhaps you would be the best person to answer them. But if I may, let me finish, Honorable Minister. Let me finish, Honorable Minister. You know the rules, and I do not want to be seen as disrespecting your position. Thank you very much. The fact of the matter is, this person has raised 3 significant issues, or 4 significant issues, which suggest that your encounter with him was more than just where is the document, it is with somebody else, okay, you can go. It was not as simple as that.
If there should be anything, it's just formal greeting between me and him, because he's somebody that I know, and I have not seen him for quite some time. I do not even know that he is interdicted.
Nala ko melbin tanate ma diamo la karola fonyo konto de katu mole mfama tanye menna adunta wutumo fogo nte malon ko ine ya mutamu.
I want the commission to play his record
Lefta nun komiso sano ya la kumakangulu sen kam fintini
and read his body language the sooner he said that.
Ya jube akalawo fonyo ya leketa nyamin bring ay nun kumakangulu fadala.
Mr. Witness, are you an expert in reading body language?
No, I'm not an expert in that, but I spent quite a number of my life as an investigator.
But
there are certain reactions that human beings react when they say something that is not true.
Man hada madungulu kalanya londo soto baba bake bari na senji jamale ke kisi rola adu nimmo e kalimu
equally Mr. Witness, when people do something and you ask them about it, sometimes there's a particular way they react.
Yes.
And sometimes they get agitated. You agree?
Personally, I get agitated when somebody lies.
Just answer the question. Sometimes they get agitated.
Yes, of course.
And you realize that you are more agitated now than before.
Because my biggest enemy is lies.
No, but one could interpret that to suggest that you have been hit at a soft spot. And that's why you're reacting in this way.
All those who know me, even from the family level, friends level, everywhere, you start telling me lies, I don't move with you.
But exactly, they would have to know you in order to read your body language correctly.
Yes.
So you see, that is why we don't have to go to body language.
No problem, no problem. But I am, because apart from the body language,
let me ask you this question to end this issue.
Okay, thank you.
You agree there was a massive government cover-up?
Yes, I realize that now. Massive one.
All the international community was a lie.
Yes, of course.
Were you part of that cover-up?
Never. Never.
Well, the investigations in this continues. And if the commission receives further evidence in this matter as may concern you, you would be informed and be asked to react to that.
Thank you.
All right. But the commission notes that as at this time you were new back in the country.
And that
the investigations were still going on. Mr. Chair, I would perhaps leave the letter by, I would ask that the UN ECOWAS fact-finding mission letter to the IGP, to the Secretary of State for Interior be exhibited as Exhibit 207B. B.
Yes, in boy.
Tentatively B, because the A you would have to decide.
Now I can grant you your request now on A.
Okay, thank you very
I went
much.
through it again and then it's okay.
Okay, good.
So 207B also granted.
Yes.
Request.
I just have here a letter sent by Lamin Kababajo to Ghana. But I'll leave that until Kababajo comes to testify about it.
What's the date on that letter?
2nd December 2005.
The 2nd December 2005. And in what capacity did Kababajo send that?
Minister
Of what?
of Interior, I do think. No, Foreign Affairs, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
That must have been a brief stint of his.
But you will hold that in abeyance until...
I will hold that in abeyance.
Okay.
That letter is just a rehearse of the findings of the Malamin Sise panel. It's a complete cock and bull story that they were given.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, Mr. Witness, I would not bother you further with this story of the Ghanaians. But you have heard the story or the evidence presented here that that diary was fabricated.
Ko kiboko kwa kwa men dida tayet commission nyati no ja wala ni o daire nyim kuma kanen mi alon ko ifan kuma kan wol yolle safe o daire nyindo manke daire tile noti.
Yes, because the authors of the fabrication mention it here.
Ha ka to men fawli tapale ya safe je fawli ya fujanne,
which made the reaction of the ECOWAS, UN ECOWAS fact-finding mission look sensible because they received fabricated documents.
Nata sababu UN ECOWAS la kibaro nyingi nata ile kibaro nyingi sabati ndikatu ye kibaro mensoro kibaro le mialon ko manke kibaro tino dan do fana ya safe wala nyam.
Good. So now let us talk about the other issue.
Sinanga kacha ko do kudo fana na kotenge.
In 2016, was it 2016? Yes, 2016.
2016 sangono.
The UDP people demonstrated.
UDP kanutella balambaya nyingi.
Some were arrested.
Dolmute kono.
Solo Sandeng died.
Jeto Solo Sandeng na for aniola.
UDP executive members demonstrated again.
UDP la kunukumba nyinarna balambaya ulindi ako akamba kotenke.
They were arrested and detained.
Inata ne wol fana muta yesi ndi dagili.
Can you tell us about it?
Isukuma fono nyo woto le bang.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was on the 14th of May. April 2016.
April 2016.
I was in my office at about 3:45. Then I received a call, not from the police officer, but from a civilian. That there is something at Westfield. It appears that there's a huge crowd there. I called the Commissioner of Carnifing. They said he's aware and he has already dispatched 2 senior officers in the persons of Ablai Sane, and the other one is So, I cannot remember this first name. I also called the Commissioner of Carnifing, PIU, and he said he has sent his men there. It was...
Mr. Witness, are you suggesting that the commander for PIU deployed the PIU without informing you?
Yes, yeah, because he said he have already sent officers there. The normal procedure is deployment of PIU, except if they are to be armed, they have to be, the IGP has to be informed. But if they are not armed with weapons, then the IGP needs not to be informed. The commandant has the discretion for the deployment. It's only when rifle or tear gas or whatever is to be used, that time he has to be informed.
IGP is kibaro diala ning ayatara PIU la mon bitadame inin jorawul le bitaje men ko kilo wala e ka tear gas fay jorawul menula inamanata inyanta IGP bonila kalamale.
Certainly before.
May I ask,
yes,
did you receive a prior request for authorization to deploy?
So ye kanindo soro le ban jandingo molbe kila jeba.
No.
Honey,
Do you know
Yeah,
the
Lord.
type of equipment
Bagas
that
si
were
family.
used by the PIU during that employment?
for yalo
During
me
that deployment?
yalo me PIU imuno fanjora mo men lawo tembo.
I do not know what they used.
Malo ye mune somebody.
Did you inquire?
Waya nyini ngala bang.
No, when after some time I called him back and he said the situation is under control.
Nga nyini nga konyo ko kul al halo nyinde sande ya marala.
No
Question
no
is,
resistance.
did you inquire
I did not.
the type of equipment that he used?
Nyini ngaro nga nyini ngaro nyinde fe nyini ngaro kele bang ye joran sifa nya di lelta ke munafangala.
No, I did not. All that I find out from him is that
Ni mo kede bare ngami kata
about the situation. I said the situation is under control and there's no resistance.
Nunkol bebe mararin ne andum fente je mi alan ko mi ay tani ko balambaya be kede.
I will come into all those issues.
Mina kol bietole.
Okay. Did you agree
Wi son talebang.
the operational rules,
Tame do go tamandre
the rules of engagement
wolen to do go tamandre silol nyim fe son
for his deployment?
pour do so ye paral me sambala je bi tamandre silol men.
Of course, it all depends on the circumstances, the situation that calls for. Because his deployment is definitely under his own command until there is a certain category of operations that the IGP has to be informed. In the normal distance, they deploy to stadium, IGP cannot, they deploy almost everywhere, and IGP is not aware of that.
But in this particular instance, we understood that they carried guns.
Bare nyim ko nyim kono janga yim faham le ko kidol be bulden.
I don't know, but then
Oh londe.
all that when I found them, I found only battens.
Amel taran je la wala nyim dokoldi.
And they were not in a proper riot gears.
Ni man tara parerin kamulun ko moti mi alan ko pareta pour ka mol bantam bele mol
Because the proximity of that venue to the PIU camp is too short.
to wato kono
And probably when they heard about it, they only quickly mobilized the standby unit to rush to that place.
kabri ya mo dorong e koronto to wala nyama ye mol ni mi ya wala nyama.
The thing is, you may be confusing because this involved two incidents.
Sikeno ko ngene ko le jaka sikane ni ku fula la bda hatlo ku folo kan.
I am talking about the second incident.
Fula njaw nyimbe ko mo
I said on the 14th of April.
ngo April karo tiltani nano.
So this, I'm referring to 14th of April.
Mbola ko foka April karo tiltani.
Let's talk about the 16th. I am not focused on the 14th.
Ngadiam
The 14th was a surprise.
Yes.
tiltani worola ngadiam wala.
The state reacted on the basis of the surprise.
Okay.
All right, but they were on alert until the 16th.
Okata
And then this demonstration of the 16th is the one I am most concerned about.
Demonstration of the 16th,
balambaya min kada karo tiltani woro nyim.
this one is on a weekend.
Nyim benta weekend wala kono.
I think it falls on a Saturday.
Amara benta sibitu lunga fe.
I was at home,
Besu kono.
either Friday or Saturday, because then Friday and Saturday are public holidays.
Kala jumolti wala sibito kato nyim lum flol be mo lungolti daha lungol lam.
I was at home around between 7 and 8.
Atala woro wala kata taranse kan.
My telephone rang.
No telefono kumata.
It was the Minister of Interior.
Wato minister mimma da banko kano ko.
I answered the phone.
Kumandi nga telefono dangu.
He said whether I'm aware
Ko nya foye kala
any
mudakele.
demonstration.
Ku to minta da balambaya ko do.
I said no.
Ga hani
He said there is a demonstration starting from Honorable Dabo's residence.
ko nyako balambaya be kerin andu ya dati honorable dabola cordaldo.
I quickly enter into the bathroom,
Wato len don da jonkon ko
take my shower.
nganku
He called again.
kumandiro ko den telefono to.
And he said, where are you?
Ko nyewe mun dole.
I said, I'm coming.
Kay kanale.
But that time I was definitely, because I don't want him to know that I'm still, I cannot just get up and then go.
Wato ya tara malla fa long nta wule no la doro ngata ngata.
So I got up and drove furiously towards Senegambia. I took Senegambia because I don't want to be confronted with the mob. And I also changed my vehicle to a smaller vehicle. I was in Mufti and could hardly be recognized. Then I drove towards, I went up to the Caraba Junction. I turned right to Caraba. As I drove towards the Usainu Dabo's residence, those are the foresight of the foresight that I saw 2 army officers dragging a lady from the compound.
Being dragged by who?
By 2 soldiers. Then I realized that soldiers are also around.
You see, Mr. Witness, take a look at your statement. Take a look at your statement. The statement says being dragged by 2 PIU officers.
Then the recorder made a mistake. These are soldiers.
You see, the irony is, why would the recorder mistake soldiers, army for PIU? Seeing that you controlled the PIU and not the army.
Sorry, it is the army officers. I saw this and I queried.
Okay, proceed, please.
These are 2 army officers dragging a lady from Usainu Dabo's residence. I'm sure the lady who has been dragged probably will be here to give evidence.
Proceed, please.
Then I moved towards the Caravan Mosque, where I found a checkpoint. The street was virtually empty, with pockets of movements. I sighted one of the officers running after a young boy. I called the attention of the commander, Jan, the pretendant, or by that time I don't know where his age was. I think I called his attention. I said, "Look, Jan, your people cannot do that. These are fleeing rebels. You don't have to run after them." Then I moved.
So in fact, you realized that people under your ultimate command were doing the wrong thing.
Yes, that's right. Then I proceeded to Cedar Club, where I found another checkpoint. I explained the same thing to them, that they should not go for people who are already on the run.
Is that the only advice you gave them?
Yes, that's the only advice, that they should not go for people who are on the run.
During this operation, what did they carry?
What I've seen with those officers is a gunner.
What?
A gunner used for tear gas.
Did you authorize the use of that equipment?
I don't.
Was that regular?
It was not.
And you realized it? And did you do what you were supposed to do? This was unauthorized. You needed to have been the person to authorize that operation. It means that your commander of the PIU acted
outside the realms of his authority.
I want to believe
that he uses discretion because he did not call me, but the minister called me. And I found the minister on the ground.
Was this a situation where he could lawfully use his discretion?
Yeah, where if he feels he should deploy. But they all know, all the unit commanders knows their rules of engagement.
Let's go back. Was this level of equipment, the use of this level of equipment within the purview of his authority?
For tear gas and battens, you need not to contact the IG.
Mr. Witness, you are recalibrating what you said. No, Mr. Witness, earlier you told us that for use of tear gas and guns, they needed your authorization. For use of battens and other regular deployment, they did not need your authorization.
There are certain equipments, if they are to use of rifles at any time, does not have been even used. But when it comes to the wars and it has been used, it has to be authorized. And there are procedures.
And also the use of tear gas. Use of those gunners. He should have had your authorization.
For tear gas, yes.
But these are things we can easily verify.
Yeah,
we go to the rules.
I've seen on several occasions tear gas being used, and
but I know. The issue is, should he have looked first for your authorization?
Yes, you should have at least contacted me. Because my information comes from the minister.
Do you think that it is a dereliction of duty that the commander did not refer to you as the IGP? We have to correct these things. We have to call these things out for what they are.
At that particular time, I don't think there is any fault on him at that time.
Mr. Witness, there
it has been the practice.
Mr. Witness, there is.
We are trying to reform, but that has been the practice.
But even that practice was unlawful. You have to call a spade a spade. You have to call them by what they are. This was unlawful.
If you want to take it that way, I would mind.
This is not me. I did not write your rules. Your rules were there for you to apply.
Yes.
So he acted unlawfully. Because we have to stop this culture of people doing whatever they want to please the president. We have to stop that culture. We have to do things according to law. Do you agree?
Yes, of course.
Did he act properly?
Under the law. He did not act properly in the circumstances.
All right, let's proceed then. Let's make headway. From there on, you went to the PRU headquarters in Kanifing, correct?
Yes.
And what did you see there?
The first thing when I entered, I found the director of NIA, and I found some other army officers in. I cannot remember. Quite a number of them are from the state guard. I went straight to Yankuba Baji because I had certain information that I want to verify from him. Because overnight, in the social media, there is information that one of the previous protesters was killed, died in the custody of the NIA. I went straight to him and I said, Toma, is it true that somebody died in your custody? And he looked at me for a while. He said, Tom, between me and you, he died. Then I said, how? Then while saying how to him, then I looked to my left. I saw Honorable Minister Sonko sitting
Honorable Minister Sonko sitting
under the mango tree. Then that's when I stopped my conversation with Yankuba. I proceeded to Honorable Sonko. I greeted him, and he said, but you've taken a long time. I said, I'm sorry, I took the other way around. Then I said, I understand. He said, he told me that the arrested people were there. Then I moved to the hall. When I arrived, the first person to talk to me was Honorable Usainu Dabo.
What did he say?
He said, IGP, you've seen what your people have done to us.
What was he referring to?
Injuries on them.
Caused by who? According to
my
him?
people. My people.
And you saw the injuries on
Yes,
them?
I've seen them. I saw them.
So the excessive force was used on them, correct?
They were injured. About 3 or 4 or 5 of them.
Blood all over them?
Yeah, with 3, Usainu Dabo, Kemeseng, and Diba.
And what was done thereafter?
I said to him, Mr. Dabo, allow me, I will make sure that I do something about your condition. I called the medic officer, the commissioner of medic, and he said he's around Brusubi, sort of. I said, but I want your people to be here in the next 20 minutes. He said, I have two of my officers around Ibotown Joshua. I will call them now to come. I think one of them probably is not far because he came less than 10 minutes. Then he came to me and I said, well, look at these people. They need urgent medical attention. Then he opened their medical clinic. But it's about 2 or 3 or 4 steps. And I advised him to bring the equipment out because probably some of them will have difficulty in coming up. I personally held the first person that I had the medical attention was Kemeseng. I may be a little bit biased because he's a personal friend of my brother. I always call him brother.
You forgot the concept of triage.
Well, yeah, but I cannot pick all of them at the same time.
Well, that is the reason why there is this principle of triage.
Yes, he has more blood coming on from his head.
So now he qualified.
And I held his hand and I walked with him to the facility. I was seated and I sat beside him.
So they were treated?
Until he's treated.
And then what happened after that?
Why I'm saying this thing, because I listened to Kemeseng's testimony. And he said, I came there, but I did not do anything. I'll call what the Manika would say, Bisal. Because Kemeseng. because he knew that I was the one, and he was the first person to be treated, and I was the one who picked his left his hand. And he also said nothing. I make sure that, because I found quite a number of them standing on just a floor like this, all of them. Some squat down. I called my Commissioner of Finance to immediately bring sponge mattresses for them.
You have already assumed that they will be detained.
No, I don't want to see people because they have injuries. Quite a number of them.
Mr. Witness, would they have needed mattresses if they were not meant to sleep there?
But how can you also leave them? You cannot also leave them in those conditions.
Process them and release them.
Yeah, but I did that.
After detaining them?
No, because my thing is that it was early in the morning, and I can see some of them having some medical conditions because I squat down for every one of them to find out whether they have any medical history. And quite a number of them said they are on medication and whether diabetes or high blood. I spent $3,000 from my pocket and gave it to one of the medical officers to go to stop to buy medication for them. At least something that will take them, that would make them a little bit comfortable. I'm mentioning this because somebody said I came and I did nothing. Because I know I provided food. There are over 50 cartons of water that I provided, and every one of them is on his own mattress. And I personally spread those mattresses. So, and then also instructed the CID officers to immediately obtain their statements. With the instruction, because I called the CMC aside, I said, what I told him is that those that said they are only passing, they make alibi that they are just going on their way and they are arrested. Let me have their list. Those people who are also recognized to be UDP militants, but in their statement they did not confirm that they form part of the demonstration. Let me have that another category. Then the last category is those who confirm they are part of the demonstration. Then that's the last category.
So tell us, what were they being investigated for?
They did not obtain permit.
They need a permit to go out and picket.
As our law stands as of now, even myself, I am in for notification, but as our law stands as of now, until it is amended, you need permission.
But wouldn't they have needed a permit only in circumstances where they were to use a microphone?
That is public meetings, but processions.
For a procession, they need a permit.
They need a permit because they are going to obstruct other road users. So that there is a need for the police to divert other road users if permit is allowed.
Could you refer us to the relevant section of the law?
I may not have the relevant, but I think it's either Public Order Act Section 5 and 6. One of them is talking about that. I'm not sure which one.
We would check that.
Yes.
We would check that. So They were being investigated, correct? The participants or those who were apprehended were the people who were being investigated, correct? Was there any other investigations carried out?
No, whilst I advise the CMC to categorize them into groups, he reported to me after the statements that the first category are those that are probably made alibi that they are they are going somewhere else and they had this, they were intercepted by the police. They were instantly released, 12 of them. I instructed they are released. I also instructed the bail of another 11 or 13. Because these are people that we know to be part of the UDP, but did not commit themselves to be part of the procession. And we decided that we should let them go on bail. It remains 18 or 19 out of 47 or 48. Those ones we quickly prepared their files, and I instructed that they should be put before the court on the Public Order Act.
That was the end of the investigation.
Yes, because what we need from them is that whether you have the permit, what were you doing, where do you start your procession,
Did you investigate your men for excessive use of force?
We
did not.
Did you investigating your men for unlawfully injuring Usainu Dabo and others?
We did not. But they also made a statement. But they also made a statement.
But under the law, if the law was applied properly, correctly, evenly, without bias, that should have been investigated.
Well, the officers concerned, they all made their statements.
Which officers?
Arresting officers.
They made statements for the purposes of the prosecution of those apprehended. But none of those officers was questioned for their unlawful use of force.
None
of those officers was investigated for unlawfully assaulting Usainu Dabo and others. In a democracy, in a country of rule of law, those officers needed to have been investigated, correct?
That's the norm. What happens on every riot situation is that immediately after the riot situation, assessment of the situation is conducted. There you know where your faults are and who are responsible for excessive use of force. But this is a situation which the work of the police is taken by some other services.
Like which other services?
The military were involved in arresting. The NIA were involved in arresting. And as I said in my
and the PIU were involved in it.
Yeah, those are police officers. I don't police officers.
And the PIU were also involved. Look, the army did not carry batons, did they?
But soldier all look in follow muta batinol. For ikaw
Well,
and a lot of the injuries were by batons.
Batons, yeah.
So clearly, those injuries were caused by your police officers.
They are caused by our police officers.
In fact, that is the reason why Honorable Usainu Dabo pointed to you. He says, you see what your people have done to us. In fact, he was protesting to you that your people have violated the law. You agree?
Yes. At the time, my concern was the injury. I was not expecting.
No, Mr. Witness. Your concern was those you believe violated the law, those who openly challenged the government of Jammeh. That was the concern. That these are the people who had the audacity to challenge the government, and therefore they had to be processed and dealt with according to law. That was the preoccupation.
I will not take you away from your belief, but that's
No, look, I have no belief in this. I am neutral in this. All I do is ask questions, logical questions, necessary questions for the Commission to be able to arrive at conclusions. If I had my wish, no Gambian would sit on the chair. So I ask these questions because they need to be asked. Sometimes they are inconvenient, but...
Yeah, I know, we understand with you, but we are also in a situation that I want you to also understand. Sometimes you want to be doing the correct thing. And it's difficult for you to do. We are equally frustrated. My treatment of providing them all those provisions was seen as an opposition. I don't know whether the commission will believe in that. That I gave Usainu and his people the VIP treatment. According to them, everything at their disposal. But I don't mind about that.
I would say that is humane treatment. I would say that is something that is to be expected. I would say every Gambian would deserve that kind of treatment. Be it Honorable Usainu Dabo, be it Demba Mansajang who lives in Dingirai, all of them would have deserved that kind of humane treatment. So anybody who criticizes you for that, I am afraid is missing the point.
That has been
but Mr. Witness, we would not clap for you for doing the right thing.
No, I don't expect a clap. But
equally, if the wrong thing is done, we would raise it.
You are right.
These people should have been investigated and prosecuted.
Of course.
It was your responsibility.
Because that was my responsibility to investigate.
It was neglected.
Well, I will not say neglected.
It was not done. It was not done.
No,
it was not done.
It was not done, but let me just tell you.
And the law required that, let me finish, the law required that it be done because they have committed violations.
At the time, I was only forcing myself to take command of the PIU. In effect, there was a verbal instruction from the office of the president, from the president to General Baji, that PIU administratively should be under the Inspector General of Police, operationally under General Baji. I did not take that. I still continue to be in charge of
exercise
continue to
Yes.
wrong kamaraku
until after that incident.
kabru ko nyin tambelo
And I have a written letter,
nata na letter o sefe
and I have a copy of the letter here,
and wo letter o bembulu jan
that the PIU,
comme paral
maybe because of the whatever this thing I did to them VIP women, I want to believe soon after in August or April,
August karo kono
I received instruction
ya maro soto
that administratively the PIU should be operationally should be under the General Baji.
PIU ila paral ila doku
This is quite interesting, and you think that that should not be the case? That should not be the case.
But notwithstanding, I still managed to be involved.
But you would agree with me that between April and August, the time you received the letter, Hussein Dabo and others were investigated and taken to court.
Then I did not receive the written instruction. I'm also very careful of verbal instruction.
But also within that time, if the law was being applied evenly, without bias, then the PIU officers also could have and should have been investigated and prosecuted. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you know that the failure to do that reinforces the status quo that used to happen, whereby government officers violated the law in pursuit of Yaya Jammeh's interest. Nothing happened to them. You agree with that?
Can you repeat that, Council?
That by your failure to do anything about it, the age-old modus operandi of impunity for those who acted in favor of Jammeh's interest when they committed crimes. It just added to a reinforcement of that unlawful situation, whereby you do something unlawful for or in the name of Jammeh, nothing happened.
I know he is very sensitive to on political matters. I have in several instances high-profile suspects without any consultation.
Without
any consultation. But matters of politics, sometimes we are very careful.
Was that the reason why you did not investigate and prosecute these people?
I will get to the bottom of it. Some of the officers will be involved. But because I personally saw officers dragging, and they arrest quite a number of people.
But here I am referring to a complaint you have received from the leader of a political party who was assaulted badly. He suffered injury. He has complained to you, the IGP. Yajela ila moliye min kenna. And you didn't do anything about it.
That was just the starting of my interaction with them.
In all honesty, Mr. Honorable Minister, do you see that as a dereliction of duty? Do you see that as a failure to discharge an important responsibility? You're a functioning democracy.
Yeah, but you're talking about functioning democracy. That was not a functioning democracy.
But you could come in democracy with Tamakanda. But where to democracy, Montana
Democracy.
I asked my question advisedly.
Yeah.
Do you consider that to be a dereliction of duty in a functioning democracy?
It
Should not have happened.
Should not have happened.
And the thing is,
even if it's happened,
that would not be the end of demonstrations in this country. And we have said that never again should these violations happen in our country. All concerned should be educated to the fact that certain conduct is unlawful. I don't want to go further by addressing 3 years Jotna, for instance, how they were treated. But the law has established rules on how these things should be handled. And you agree that those things needed to have been handled properly and in accordance with law.
Yes, in
a proper democracy.
Democracy, but
and that is what we strive for. We want to have a proper democracy in this country, and therefore things like this should not happen. You agree?
I agree, and we are also making efforts towards that. At the personal level, from 2018, I have prepared guidelines on the use of force. I don't know whether it will be of interest to you. I wouldn't mind showing.
By all means, bring them. Mr. Chair, I would ask to put in the change of command structure for the PIU. I would ask to exhibit that document. It should be 207C if accepted. Thank you.
Request granted, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have given me a book.
It includes.
This is your blue book.
I prepared this in 2018.
2018
The police officer to use as a pocket book.
Yeah, police officer mute ya boy poso kono bugoti sada si 10 no ila do quarter.
It involves some cost,
And the password do duntaje.
And because I want the sponsor to at least give it to them free.
And
And I also continue to develop it.
And what is the status of the document at the moment?
It's not validated yet.
It's not
validated.
Validated yet. So this is just a draft. Well, at least someone has made an effort to ensure that the right things are done, or to contribute to the right things being done according to law.
A lot of human rights issues are there. Management of public order. On the side of the prisons, Mandela rules are there. Rules for women prisoners and juvenile prisoners are also there. But at least they will temporarily use that, and this is communicated to most of the officers.
Would you wish to produce this to the Commission? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would ask that it be exhibited as 207D. You agree? So we should have it?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So exhibit 207D. This could help
this could help in our recommendations for institutional reform.
I sent it to quite a number of lawyers, but quite a number of nobody don't respond. Mr. Dabo is one of them. Mr. Dabo Dabije, but he don't get and then see.
Call for circulate it and call for a validation meeting. You are now Minister of Interior. It should not be difficult to organize that. Right? But I hope that in the rules also you would indicate that those who violate the laws, including both sides of the aisle, the law enforcers,
their responsibilities.
And exactly. They should also be prosecuted for violating the law.
Because I highlighted the 5 principles.
All right, so let us move on to the last point.
Your request is granted.
Thank you very much.
Does the witness imply that, or did I hear you correctly, that all the victims of that day are going to be given free copies of that? Is it a manual?
Why after being launched?
No, he just gave it to Mr. Dabo. By virtue of the fact that he is a senior lawyer.
He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because as a lawyer I just want him to go through. I've given to quite a number of lawyers, but even the Human Rights Commission, I emailed a copy, but no response from. I want somebody to at least, if I'm going wrong somewhere, and there's somebody to end
Well, it's a good initiative.
Yeah, so
let's see there.
Chief Mane, he was arrested by the police and he has disappeared since.
Police will lay a muta and bring a muta inside him at the Yemen.
You want me to comment on that?
Yes.
I was not here when the arrest was made. I was in UK.
When was he arrested? If you have
because all the records are saying 2006.
So for a big item, the 2006 laketa.
I was in UK at the time. I come to know about Chief Mane issue
Chief Mane
only when I became the IG.
As IG, did the police seriously and genuinely investigate this case?
When I received a query from Amnesty International, I searched for a report on Chief Mane. I couldn't see anything.
Why couldn't you see anything?
I don't know where to start because I don't know where handling matter.
When did you become IGP?
2010.
After 4 years.
So after 4 or 5 years, the police had no file on him.
I could not see any file on him.
Isn't that also surprising?
Surprising. There is no file on him. When reports started coming heavily, I decided to invite CID officers to see where they can trace any file in the scope of Chief Mane. We did it for quite some time. No, nothing. And then finally there was a query. I think the information that was sent to me was equally sent to the Office of the President and Ministry of Justice. And we were asked to comment to find out. It is only during this commission that I am asked to perform an impossible act. That I am tasked to do something that is obvious, more obvious to people assigning me than myself. I did what I could at the time. I instructed that all police stations, inquiries will be made at all stations, because amnesty indicated Fatoto. My officers went there, and a lot of entries. We also make queries to immigration.
Okay. With regards to Fatoto, did you ask for the Fatoto diary?
I don't ask for diaries, the investigators who ask for information. But according to them, there is no trace of Chief Mani in Fatoto. But I did not direct them to bring the file to me, like the former IG did.
Remember you told us earlier.
I prefer to go there, but I'm not also, did not also go there.
But you would agree that the diary would be the most important, or one of the most important documents that would tell us something.
Yes.
Did you ensure that the diary was inspected?
No, I directed them to there, to the place, and the diary was inspected.
Did they find the diary?
They said there is no trace of Chief Mani.
Did they find the diary?
Well, that's not clear to me, but what I know is that the report that I received from them said
the issue of a trace of him in there, they might have been referring to a physical trace, but was there any entries in the diary? Did they see the diary? Did they inspect the diary?
I think they've seen the diary and they've inserted, because their report said there is no trace of Chief Mani being entered in the diary during the period in question. And I also,
did you, by any chance, make statements about the possible whereabouts of Chief Mani?
yes. I made this thing because after making all, I first sent letters to immigration to see exit entries. I have no trace of that. Then I advised the Interpol officers. Interpol query. And we received responses from different countries. Canada is one of them, which is negative. America said he entered when he has transited to another place.
When was the, do you have the letter for the Americans?
Yes. It was based on this. I sent that information to the Minister of Justice. That our inquiries now is saying on so and so date this guy is seen in America. The public statement. I was just it was sometime in 2011.
2011
I decorated some senior officers at the headquarters, promotion.
na makama bato je.
And during that time,
and wo wato ni
journalists were invited.
Ye kibar talal kumandele.
And as we completed the ceremony, we are going downstairs. We are going downstairs just to do the tradition of washing the promoted officers. And I cannot remember which of the journalists, but he asked me about Chief Mane. I was walking down with him. I said, well, as far as we know,
Pardon?
I said, as far as I know, the American needs to be asked about the whereabouts.
Do you have the document? Have you found it?
It's a lot of documents, but I can give you. But what is more important?
No, I want to see that document. It's a very important one.
I also want to read it to you. You wouldn't mind?
Yes, please.
There was a correspondent. The first response I was able to get. Like that before the 20 June 2011. Well, said in order to have a message of 2011, and in order to clarify media reports, because when it was in the media that America is seen America, and that's why America made these things. But their previous letter, where they confirmed, is not available as of now. Further to the message of June 2011, and in order to clarify media reports, please be advised, U.S. records reflect that an individual with the same name as a subject and date of birth on the 18th February 1978, bearing passport number PC 017941, transited the U.S. at Baltimore, Maryland on the 4th June 2006, arriving on North American flight airline NAA flight number 124 and departing the same day on NAA flight number 123 US indices. That's why I stopped. I say you indices have no other record of the subject's entry to or presence in the United States.
But you would recall that even the Vice President of this country did say that Chief Mane was also in the U.S.
But it was not Vice President, President Nolanko, the Chief Mane.
I'm not aware of that, but I am aware of the Minister of Justice.
But you know, Mr. Witness, that to have said this statement in 2012 was a blatant lie. 2011 or for whatever time it was, after 2007, this statement is a lie.
For me, it was not a lie.
But of course it is.
It is not for me.
But Mr. Witness, did you find out when Chief Mane was last seen in the Gambia? But Mr. Witness, tell me, you have no record of when he was last seen in the Gambia. How could you say that he was in the U.S.?
The U.S. responded that he transited there. But and we check when was he missing?
Exactly, that is the question you ought to have asked yourself.
I have no information, because even if there was investigation.
Mr. Witness, let me read this thing out for you. I have this North Bank Evening Standard. It's a Gambia online paper, and it was written Tuesday, June the 5th, 2012. And it tries to recogitate, recapture, or recast the interaction you had with that journalist. And this is what it says. CPU faults police chief's stance on missing journalist. The Gambia's Inspector General of Police, Mr. Yankuba Sonko, was quoted last week to have told a local newspaper that missing journalist Chief Ibrahim Abib Mane was seen in the United States of America.
as far as we are concerned, that is quote, as far as we are concerned, the latest information we received from Interpol is that he was seen in America, and that is it.
That's the truth.
But that is not the truth, Mr. Sonko.
That's the truth at that time.
No, it was not the truth. The truth was that on the 4th of June 2006, he was in the US. But after the elections in the Gambia in 2006, he was in the Gambia. That is the truth.
Yes, I have no information on that.
Then the statement you made is reckless.
So I said, as far as I know.
But you know then the statement you made was reckless. You made a statement without knowing the full impact of what you were saying.
No, I made a statement on my honest belief that that is what is.
But that was reckless, Mr. Witness, because you did not check when he was last seen in the Gambia, and you left the impression that he was in the United States.
Of course, because
that was reckless.
That was the information that I received.
Yes, that is true. But what you ought to have done, you did not do. You did not check whether he was seen in the Gambia after that date provided by the U.S.
I should have known that from the information that should have been given to me.
But did you ask for it?
Remember?
Did you ask for it?
Yes, of course. I remember. I said I searched for the investigation file. Okay. But I could not see the investigation file.
But how could
I initiated my own investigation, and this is one of the response.
But how? The problem is, how could you not have known that he was seen in the Gambia after the date provided to you by the U.S.? How could you not have known if there was genuine investigations?
There was no, there was a response.
Answer the question. How could you not have known?
Let me give you another listing, because these are not coming from me. They are coming from my officers who were doing the investigation.
But Mr.
I rely on them.
Mr. Sonko, you are a very smart person. You are a lawyer. You know the rules. You know the game. The government and government officials were covering up for the disappearance of this person and were continuously speaking a lie about this person.
I'm not part of that cover-up.
Well, Mr. Witness, the statement that you made.
If I said something,
just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Okay.
Just hear me out. The statement that you made is a rehash of what Vice President Jai Sedi said, that this guy was in the U.S. The same statement you made without checking whether that statement is in fact true.
I honestly believe that since he's seen there and there is no trace of him here before, after.
But you did not check that.
Well, that's the information, because.
But did you ask for when he was last seen in Gambia?
No.
Exactly. So if you do not ask for when he was last seen in Gambia, how could you positively assert that he was in the United States?
Well, there is a report on that. That is not from me. But all that I continue to do is to tell them to give me more information about Chief Mani, and they make queries in the Interpol, and that was the response.
But the thing is, you were in no position to make this statement because it's false.
To me, at that time, I reasonably believe it to be true.
But you could not have
no cause to doubt.
Hear the question first. You could not have reasonably believed that he was in the U.S. You could not have. There was no basis for such a reasonable belief. It was, in fact, a fanciful belief.
Are you telling me that Chief Mani was in U.S. and he comes back or whatever?
Well, all the evidence points to the fact that he was in Gambia in the elections, after the elections of 2006.
Has he also traveled to U.S.?
No, well, the report you cited, but the report you cited is that he was in the U.S. on the 4th of June.
I think this would be of help to you to confirm that he was in U.S. at that particular time.
But this is of no help.
he was in Gambia post this date.
Yeah, but if the state is saying, because the evidence that we received from the United States, that Chief Mane was in the United States at that particular time, wouldn't that help you to see? Because what I'm seeing
No,
now,
it would not.
what I'm seeing now is it appears that he has been there and came and events happened after this thing.
Exactly, precisely the
But
point.
I only know that now.
No, Mr. Witness, I am telling you, I'm not suggesting that you deliberately lied.
No.
I'm not suggesting that.
No.
But I am saying that your statement was reckless.
I would never have even comment on this if I did not receive any listing that he has entered. I said, as far as we know as of now.
Yes, but this is what I'm telling you, that statement was reckless, and that statement was false.
It may be regular, but it's not false.
Yes, it is false. It is false because it's not true.
It is not false. It is not false. It's a statement. You want to say that Interpol transmission is false statement?
No, your statement.
Then the information.
Your
content-
statement.
Then the content of that information
Just
not be false.
Just hear me out.
Okay.
Your statement suggesting that Chief Mane was in the U.S. is false, because he was seen in Gambia after this date.
What I said is that as far as we're concerned, Chief Mane is seen in the US. And that's what the content reads.
Yes, but that is not the case. That is a false statement.
He has never been to the US.
He had been, but he returned to Gambia.
Yeah, but I don't know of his return. The evidence that I have,
But this is what I am telling you.
We are concerned as of now.
Mr. Witness, that's why I said that I do not doubt your bona fides. I have no reason to doubt that. All right? But I would say your statement was utterly reckless. You made it without checking all the relevant information.
I would agree, but I would not agree that it is false.
Well, it is false.
No.
You have no choice but to agree that it's false, because you cannot say it's true.
What I've said is by the content of the information that I received. And this is from the original source, and it's a reliable source.
Mr. Witness, you suggested that this man was in the U.S., correct?
Based on the information that I received.
Perfect. But there is other existing information within the possession of the police which clearly establish that that is not true.
That is not to my knowledge.
That's why I say your statement was reckless.
Yes, I would.
And the fact that
I would agree.
And the fact
Totally, I agree that at that time, because I don't know all the facts.
Okay.
And I jump into it.
Exactly.
Maybe reckless.
Exactly.
But to say it is false, no.
No, it is false. The falsity of the statement does not depend on your intention. It depends on the veracity of the information.
But the information is correct.
It is not.
What is
You are suggesting here that he was in the U.S.
Read the paragraph, read the listing of the journalists.
We are talking about the intention, the meaning you intended to convey. As far as we are concerned, the latest information we received from Interpol is that he was seen in America.
Yeah, this is it.
And that is it. But the thing is, Mr. Witness,
That is not false.
yes, it is
You
false.
have seen the correct.
It is false. You are suggesting not only that he was seen in the U.S., all right, but he was not in Gambia, but in the U.S.
No.
That is the intention of the information you conveyed.
The latest information at that time. I did not come by saying to say we have concluded everything.
By 2012, the Gambia government knew that Chief Mane was in Gambia during elections of 2006.
I'm not denying that, but I do not.
Okay, so okay, just hear me out. If you
here.
accept that fact, how could this statement that Chief Mane was in the U.S., how could that statement be true?
I will always telling that statement if I know the details about him being here at that time.
Okay, but the thing is,
This is somebody who
but
just
this
come
is
in.
but this is the point, Mr. Witness. The veracity of the statement does not depend on what you feel or the extent of your knowledge. The veracity depends on whether it is true or whether it is false. It depends on facts that exist. And the facts that exist show that he was in the Gambia at a much later date than the period he was in the U.S.
I have no idea about that.
Okay. Then the statement that you made is false.
No, I said as far as I know.
You may not have known.
That is why I said probably I may be reckless in that statement.
Yes, we established you are reckless.
That is false, but okay. I will not agree to that.
Okay, let me ask you, did you know that your statement was true?
To me, it was true.
You believed it was true?
I believe, I have no doubt.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You accept that as at elections of 2006, all right, Chief Mane was in the Gambia. You accept that?
You are just telling me now.
Okay. If that statement is true, it therefore means that...
It therefore means that he was there and came back.
Precisely the point. So he could not have been in the United States in 2012.
But that is the fact that is not known to me.
But it does not matter whether you know it or not.
No, I can only...
The falsity of it does not depend on whether you know it to be false.
No.
The falsity depends on the facts.
No,
if the facts run contrary to it, then it is false.
Yeah, then that means you have to establish that the facts went contrary to it.
Exactly.
But I did not establish that.
But
that's why
Mr.
I may be reckless in saying that.
Obviously you are reckless.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
But
I will agree to that.
Yes, but the fact that you did not know whether the statement was true or false is neither here nor there.
I'm not doubting the statement at that time. I've never doubted that statement. I thought that is the reality.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that for the statement to be true, it depended on whether you believe in it or not?
No, it does not only depend on your belief.
Exactly. Exactly. Your statement, you might have believed it to be true, but it has turned out to be false.
I have no doubt to doubt the American information that this man has transited in that area. And that made me to believe. Because if he had not gone to America at that time, they would not have written. Because Canada responded negative, all other countries said negative.
But you are missing the point. We have accepted that you are reckless in your statement.
Yes, if you say that, I will agree.
Okay, but why do you accept that you are reckless? Because there is some other information out there which you did not consider.
Yes.
Okay, but that information out there shows that the statement you made was false.
But it was not forthcoming at that time.
Whether you know it or not.
That's why I said as far as I know now.
Yes, okay. As far as you know now, the statement you made was false.
No. Yes, as far as I know, yes, that statement is false.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. As far as I know now.
Mr. Chair, let me ask to exhibit this statement. It is North Bank Evening Standard, TNBES. It's an article dated Tuesday, June 5th, 2012. That should be exhibit 207E. Sorry. That should be exhibit 207F. Yes, that should be the document from the U.S. government.
Okay.
That should be exhibit 207E. I did that, Mr. Chair, so that the chronology would flow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for answering my questions. And on this last point, the important issue for us here is the consistency of government officers in peddling information that, if verified, they would have known to be false. And that is this issue about Chief Mane being in the U.S.
Yeah.
If verified, they would have known that it is false. And that goes for the Vice President in suggesting Chief Mane was in the US. It also goes for Mr. Sonko in suggesting that, regardless of the bona fides of the persons concerned. Thank you.
If the people who knows the facts are the people assigning to find the facts, and they are still sitting on the facts, that
is classic telltale signs of cover-up.
What I've discovered now is I am assigned to work on a task that is known to them, that there's no way that I can get anything out of it.
But not only that, you are spied on by people who also know the facts.
Yes, but I am not scared of that. I have been told several times, I'm never scared of that. My only will always call my attention, be careful, and I said, it's only God that will take my life, nobody else. And I believe in that. And that's how I managed to survive up to date.
You served a rotten government.
Well, I will not say a rotten government, because there are a lot of people who are efficient. So the government, the way government is being run is sometimes what is rotten. But we have excellent people.
It stunk badly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my counsel, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for coming to testify. I'm sorry that we kept you here all day. Our counsel had indicated earlier that we would take into account your state responsibilities and see if we could expedite the testimony. Things didn't turn out that way, but very helpful indeed, and thank you so much for coming to testify.
Chair, perhaps I should also put in this piece of information. This is an extract from Freedom Now. It's the case file of Chief Mane. Perhaps I should just make the witness see this before I exhibit it.
So it's an excerpt from where?
Freedom Now.
Oh,
These
Freedom
are campaign
sure.
platforms for missing persons.
Okay.
Take a look at it. Could you read the first few paragraphs?
Okay. Expected release unknown. Okay.
This is a case file for who?
Chief Ibrahim Mane was a senior reporter for Banjul Banjul-based Daily Observer. He was arrested by the National Intelligence Agency on the 7th July 2006.
Could you stop there? Could you stop there?
Okay.
Could you stop there, please? What date did the Americans tell you he transited the U.S.?
I think the information is still now with you. I don't know.
That's June.
Whether I can.
That was June.
This is July.
Exactly.
Yes, that's
exactly. So in July, he was in the hands of the NIA.
I agree. He have come back.
Exactly. So what I am trying to suggest to you.
But why is it that the NIA were not asked to investigate this matter?
You asked me that question?
So this is the issue. If you are asking people, that means this is all the cover-up.
Of course it is a cover-up.
You are asking an innocent person or somebody who has no knowledge and to investigate a matter.
But Mr. Witness, if you had just Googled Chief Ibrahim Mane, this information would have popped up. So if you receive this document from the U.S. telling you that he was seen in the U.S. on the 4th of June 2006, you would have known that he had returned to Gambia. You would not have made that reckless and false statement you made.
I did not say this. And,
but this is in the public domain.
Yeah,
if you had investigated, you would have seen it.
I will not use the social media that much on my investigation, because what I believe in that, if we want to make Interpol is there.
You call the internet social media?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't want to be using information from other sources.
But you know, open source information is good information in any investigation.
Well, it gives you a tip.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is what this would have done for you. It would have given you the answer that the government was hiding from you.
Yes, we also have to remember that I did not personally investigate this. I assign investigators.
But Mr. Witness, you had the responsibility over the case and you made pronouncement on the case.
I made pronouncement over the case.
Exactly. So,
but I don't have responsibility over the case.
I would not bother you any further.
Sorry.
I think I have all the answers that I want on this. Thank you very much. May I ask that this document be exhibited? So the chair, please, and then we take it from there. If the chair agrees, it should be exhibit 207G. G. G.
He as in the Gambia. Thank you. While we are looking at that, Council, do you recall on the 3rd of October 2019 when the former Vice President Isaac Njai said he testified, did she say anything about them Chief Money? You recall?
I cannot recall that.
Okay.
I cannot recall asking her about Chief Mane. But we have her on the record saying that Chief Mane had gone to the US or that he had gone back way.
Well, I just wanted to know if she said something different from that
No.
when she appeared.
No,
Because
no.
I think that statement
Yes.
was before she came here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's right. Thank
Fine.
you.
But again, thank you very
She
much.
said that as late as or as early as 2007.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, fine. Thank you. Commissioner Kinde, you wanted the floor? We turn to the commissioners now if you have any questions.
Commissioner Kintala Kanininka.
Good evening, Honorable.
May come Honorable.
Well, when you look at, I will start with the Chief Mane case. Your assertion that you are a seasoned investigator could be questioned. Because the time elapsed in this case, for example, between 2006 and 2012, was such a span, like 4 June 2006 to whatever date in 2012. A lot of developments could have taken place regarding Chief Mane or any other person for that matter. 6 years was quite a span. If you were assigned to investigate on Chief Mane's case, I think you should have established some hypotheses. Where could be the possible places of finding out about Chief Mane? From the family, from his professional work area, associates, and allegations or suspicions about his affairs regarding the government. The predomination should not be trying to relegate whatever the government, trying to say, for example, talk in the way that you're trying to save the government.
comme abe ko man na kala nyindi wala ka be la nyinga comme be diamu ka nyami comme man sakuna lafta ye diamu nyami.
If you want to know about me,
ni lafta kula nan tela koto,
you cannot go to only one source.
Itita no dinkra killing damato
Like police.
Comme police bundato.
Find out from my family.
When
I was last found here. What about my workplace? For the journalists, in fact, there is a union. Did you make any attempt to at least inquire in those from those sources to find out, at least to give it a different, another perspective?
Kupuka nyinindire ke wo fanal la comme bare kibar bundal ye ka foso de la miano ka be lorin ka nyinin karo ke wo fanal la pour ka long.
What I want to confirm here is that I have never investigated. I assigned an investigation to
Kisikisiroke. Naminka dero ngamolle bula kisikisirola.
But the IGP normally does not investigate.
I know, but
these are people that I rely on. And at my level, I try to locate the files few further, because since it's 2006, I couldn't find that file. But I just asked the officers to proceed for their fact finding. Why is that fact finding was on? That was the time that we received this information from America. That's not from 2020. Their second letter is 2012, but the first letter was 2011.
The letter for Wakata 2020, but Flanyo Wakata 2021.
Honorable, with all due respect, 5 years and 6 years respectively.
Yeah, Honorable, Sanji Lulu, Katafo Sanji Woro.
Still indicate a significant span of time elapsed. And as the IGP, when you assign your team, you also indeed have oversight responsibility to ensure that competency is exercised. Adequacy is exercised. If there are need to look at 3, 4, 5 areas, you only focus on one. Is that indicating how naive your system is? Again, when this letter came to you in 2011 and 12, they were referring to 4, 5, 6 years ago. So they should not have been your benchmark. Sole benchmark that you can lean on, especially when it comes to putting up a statement that you are going to give impression to a whole nation. I suggest a good investigator would have looked at a number of areas exhaustively before he or she goes out to give a statement, a national statement.
I think they have done a lot of investigation. What probably must have made them to stop? Probably we are equally convinced that the subject is in the United States. That's what our belief was.
Even if they have not yet contacted the family.
I'm not sure where the families are contacted. But they have I wrote to the immigration to get his passport details and everything, and that was sent and was given to investigators.
One, and not even his workplace. Did the passport indicate travel after the time or within the time scope where that we are talking about?
Is the passport details?
Yes. Did it say he traveled after July 2000?
The passport information from immigration does not indicate stamps or anything. It indicates your number, the issuing authority, the date it was issued, date of expiry. So that was the one that we used for verification.
My second point is about the migrants. I'm not sure whether I'm getting it correctly that you got the diary from the then minister, or was it from Bara?
I did not get the diary. I get the extract of the diary from Kujabi, then the officer commanding Interpol. It's an extract of the diary. That was what was made available to me, and that's what was submitted.
And that, okay, that's the one from Bara, the one they have falsified.
Well, I want to believe because I want to believe that's the one. The one that was falsified in 2005.
I recall that you said at least you heard about Ghanaians or whatever, even before you came back to Gambia.
The 8 who died is in the newspapers.
And you said you needed that of Bara because Martin said they were first arrested in Bara. Yes. When you looked at the extract and did not see anything about Bara, what effort did you make to contact Bara police or people, in fact, particularly in your case, you hail from Buinadu?
I am not investigating. I am only facilitating. And what was given to me is what I submitted. If I am tasked to investigate, probably I will say a lot of things that are now disclosed. But I was not an investigator. I was only to facilitate. And my facilitation is, we need this, these people need this, give it to me, I handle it. So if we have to facilitate, the person, for example, the assistant here, facilitating movement of documents from me to the lead counsel, or from the lead counsel to the commissioner. That was really my action.
Did you contact or confront Numo as to the discrepancy in the various versions?
I was not aware you
I've got you.
This is the information. That is one. You give it to me, I hand over.
You did not even browse through it?
I look at the open disk. I don't know where, but I was looking at some of them. But it's not my disk.
Your interest would have been on the time frame, 22nd July, 23rd July.
That is my focus.
Fine.
I want it to be on the 23rd, that particular date to that particular date.
When you looked in there and did not see it, didn't you call Numo's attention that this 22nd to 24th, I have not seen anything about the migrants?
No.
And there is an allegation. You compare and contrast the two stories.
I did not do that.
Thank you.
Do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carr, you have the floor.
Commissioner Carr,
Thank you, Chairman.
Baraka Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Sonko, for your testimony.
Mr. Sonko, ela kumakanga yemindija.
I just have a question that you may include in your closing remarks. You may have already thought about it anyway. And that is regarding reforms in the security sector. And what role are you playing in ensuring that some of the things that we have had here, which you have condemned, are changed for the good? Just want to know what is happening with security sector reform to ensure never again. Thank you.
The policy is ready, and every department has now take cue from the main policy.
And I
have already invited stakeholders. They were in my office 2 weeks ago. This includes lawyers within the police and immigration. And they also invite the community and NGOs to at least to review and see what's going to be good for different directorates or institutions. I know one thing that is going to be permanent is the training. Even in the former regime, probably, I think I interviewed you personally. When at one time you applied for cadet assistance. And you are qualified and then you did not turn up. But I came in when there's only 5 university graduates within the police, including myself. In the 7 years, I recruited 165 graduates. This is all geared to. Unfortunately, they could not be effectively reformed because of the system. Quite a number of them are with their master's degrees. And almost every police officer is trying to get something. Police officer, quite a number of them have paid for their own tuition fees. It's a competition within police officers now to acquire higher education. What is needed now is to help them, and that will pay a dividend tomorrow. Thank you.
Many of those graduates that you recruited came in the last 3 years of Yahya Jammeh's regime.
4 years more me alanko yeta do kola andi yelondo soto fo akata ya jemel si labangol ati sanji sabol kono ala sanji sabal labangol.
And did you see any qualitative difference? 3 years the graduates are in and of Yahya Jammeh, and the period before they came in. I'm looking at qualitative difference.
Chairman, I think some of your investors are those that I recruited. Abdumane is one of them, Senghor is one of them.
Abdumane Dabawalto, Senghor Dabawalto.
And quite a number of others. But it was during Yahya Jammeh's time. But we help quite a number of them out of, not from government fund, but from out of our peacekeeping fund.
But in Jamala Mako, Yamanka Masakunda la de Paso, but police la de Paso Mialan Koikola Soto Kaira Sabatindo.
If we should apply for that, we will not get enough sponsors. So we are using our own welfare fund to uplift them. And this is still on.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, if there are no further questions, Commissioners, we would, I mean, if you have any concluding remarks to make, please go ahead and do that, Minister Sonko.
Commissioner Natre Manyin Carlos Rosa, Mr. Sonko, Isela Kumakal Labaji.
If you allow me, I want to make my closing remarks in the local language.
Please go ahead.
Follow the chairman of Kontona.
First of all, I am greeting the chairman
and in commissioners from Bebejang.
And all the commissioners present here.
Lead council and other Molbe.
The lead council and his team. How I see things. This kind of thing is something that has no equality. And also, the job that you are doing, people know it. It is a good job, and it entails the truth. Anyone who is not on the truth side is the person that is going to be scared to come here. But I have one complaint to make. There are some people who will come here to give their testimony. I want you to look at their testimonies very well. Some of them, they do it for a purpose. And a human being that you don't know, and that person you have never interacted with him, and you take things, you put it on him or her. Anyone who is coming here to testify, you should know that God exists. We are here saying things. Anything that I have stated here, one day God will judge. And anyone who has make any statement here, just know that God will judge you for it. If you come here, you should speak the truth. There are many people who said the truth and they have appeared before this commission. But there are some people who appear before the commission. They are not willing to speak the truth. I have heard a lot of statements that is concerned about me. I have heard some. It makes me very scared. Because I knew very well that I'm not that type of person. That is not me. But the way you want to clear yourself, all of us, we all have families. And then we said we should come and go. We said we should reconcile. I know so many people come here, but also myself, personally myself, if I have offended anybody, I am willing to apologize to that person. But anyone also who offended me, you should come here and ask for my forgiveness. If you cannot come here, you should call me by phone and tell me so that I can forgive you for the sake of Judgment Day. The job that you are doing, I'm very happy. And I'm also thinking that all the Gambian people are happy of your good job.
Security officer Jamal.
There are many security officers that appeared here. They were very afraid. That is the cost. They were very afraid until it has passed the mark.
But security officer,
but it is not only included only the security officers alone. There are many institutions. Lawyers were detained.
Protest.
And there were no lawyers that were ready to protest. They asked me personally that they are going to protest. I gave them the permission and they never did. Then they are scared. We all should accept that we are all scared by them. We were all scared by them. There are many things that has happened in the hands of some people. They just want for the president, then President Yajame to know, and that makes them fail. They should have seen that it is Allah who is seeing them, the job they are doing. That is the suffering that is within us today. But this country, the Gambia, we are the same father and mother. We should hold each other as the same father and mother. We should put aside the politics and be reconciled to become one people. Let's put the politics one side. If we don't put the politics aside, we just used to do it like we are from the same father. We will have problems. Then the appeals that I want to make, all those people who are listening to me, we all should come together. We take each other as the same father and the same. Every now and then one person must be commissioners here, you see, there are a lot of commissioners here, but they have their chairman. Councillors, lead councillors. We have a lot of councillors here, but there is lead council. Then we should hold it in that manner. The things that have passed, the events that have passed.
Anybody who wins or who leads,
or those who those who lead, yes. We should respect the person so that we can also come to that. What I think, a president is never wicked. Those surrounding the presidents are the wicked ones. Any human being, you tell him things that will make him scared. If it continues like that, he will become paranoid. And if the person becomes paranoid, his thinking will not be long. And if a fly passes by him, he will say it is a witch. And he will not forgive anybody. Then those who are closer or surrounding the elders, let us be very careful what words we give to those elders. We should not make our elders to become paranoid. Tell the person the truth. That's where it will end. I myself,
former President
my relationship with the former president,
7 years as IG.
I was working for 7 years. He never called me. And I have never called him. If I tell anybody this, you won't believe. There was no day that the telephone has passed between us. Call. Because if I keep calling him every now and then, I will say something to him that will.
Security Council Chairman, the Vice President.
Oh, I know he gave that role to the Vice President. That is the person I spoke with.
Minister
There is minister that I spoke with.
Secretary General
There is also a Secretary General that I spoke with.
But
there are a lot of things that have passed. People don't know. Some people are there who wants to write. That is Halifa Saleh. But I refuse. I destroy his book. Because there are certain words that when I utter them here, the book will not be saved. But it's very important that I say it. Well, that is what has happened during the impasse. Anyone who thinks that the security services, they were helping the then president Yahya Jammeh, you are making a big mistake. For us, we have withdrawn long time ago. Because by then, the coalition members, their PRO was the one we always speak with. There is one particular person who appeared here. He said that I am the one who gave instruction for them to be taken to Mile 2. But if the person knew what I did to preserve his life, he won't utter such statement.
Demonstrations la bail application dunta.
The day that the demonstrators, their bail application has been heard,
Chief Justice I call.
The Chief Justice called me.
The coalition winning Kele,
informing me that the coalition has won,
but the UDP protesters are coming before me today.
But UDP la balambaya moli binam mabel antenya.
What is your advice?
I told him, if you don't release these people, you'll mix this country. By then I was on my way to work.
Around 9 o'clock.
Upon my arrival at work, around 9 o'clock,
finally, IG.
He finally said to me,
what is your advice?
I instructed him to leave them.
Bail application
the bail application has been heard.
They were to be released.
Information
reliable information.
I don't want to mention some names, but I have got a reliable information
from the State House.
Kabomansala Kodato.
Soldiers preparing Qatar Mile 2.
The soldiers are preparing heading to Mile 2. I called Halifa Saleh. I called him, where are you? He said, I am at home.
Mile 2.
I said, whatever you are doing, go to Mile 2. Those UDP people and the coalition members that are at the gate, tell them to leave the gate. To my thinking, what I have said to him,
coming
to do a scenario.
People are trying to forcefully remove Usenu and others from the thing. And
anything can happen.
Halifa throughout on telephone.
Halifa went there and I was and I heard him saying to them, appealing to them to leave that place. I was in my office.
Then Commissioner Banjul
then the Commissioner of Banjul came, informing me that they have brought some people here. They were brought by the soldiers. I went downstairs and I met them. It was the Banjul MP, Silla. I asked him what happened. He said the time when you were speaking with Halifa, I was sitting with him. I came with him to talk to the people. The vehicle that I have parked on the baobab tree, they said let me be arrested. I told the Banjul station police officers to leave him. I knew very well Commissioner Landing Bojang is listening.
And Commissioner Jamabe Lamone Kanne.
And there are many commissioners that are currently listening. I gave the instruction.
No
one should take an instruction from any other person unless the instruction is from me. And that was the way we were. The instructions were coming.
Laming
UDP flyers were all over.
Emeba
is listening to me. He gave me an instruction for those flyers to be put down. I told him that that is not the role of the police.
Works.
Go to works.
Well, they're responsible for signboards.
They are the one responsible for the signboards.
President Barrow inauguration.
When President Barrow was about to be inaugurated,
now
when many people that came out,
stop.
My people, Landing Bojan, said that he received an instruction that they should stop the people.
From who?
I asked him from who.
Ako DIG la call, but ako General Baji DIG call.
He said DIG called him, then General Baji called the DIG.
Ako nyabaliale konkana instruction tamandi damang imasma.
But he said to me, you said I should not work by any instruction that you don't give to me. I said yes, don't go by any instructions. My job is to prevent the lives of human beings, to protect the lives of human beings. That's what I'm doing
for BTLO.
Up to date. People are making their statement. There are some people here who came, they were trying to extricate themselves by putting their
2005 calamity, 2006 calamity.
But those people who have spoken, they were aware of the 2005 and 2006 events. And there is no one among them who will say that they were discussing that issue with another person.
Commissioner of Security personnel,
the commissioner knows his security personnel. Anyone who enters, it never goes out.
Need to know basis.
It's something that is based on need to know basis. That's why we who came last, we will not know anything. And when you come, they will just take you along because they will know that you don't know anything. But all of us should try. Those who never appear here yet, they should come here. And when they come here, they should speak the truth. Those people who are here, they should know the truth, so that we can unite together to be one people. I'm greeting everybody.
And we should
all think like these things should never happen here again. This is the statement that I want to give. Wassalam.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, for those very wise words.
Honorable Minister, and again,
we thank you very much for your testimony.
And
I hope the entire country has heard you when you say for almost 22 years and we all lived in fear here.
And
I hope that our mantra never again would apply to all of us. That we will not live in fear any longer, never again will we live in fear. Never again would we have somebody violate our human rights and abuses perpetrated on innocent Gambians. And we accept it quietly and then say,
and when we see and we said that it is caused destined by God.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, for your testimony.
Honorable Minister,
We will resume tomorrow morning our proceedings at 10 o'clock.
Continue
Meetings adjourned. Thank you all very much.